Yeah, it's our time to shine. Yo, that's the kind of state of mind you gotta combine with hard work and time. You gotta climb to the top. Don't let yourself drop till your heart stops. Let this beat rock. Got a new clock and a new stock for this new rock. Just let your mind loose from the new stock. Drunk off the goose, thinking that I'm Tupac. Getting caught with a few thoughts cause I'm too lost. Off the speakers can't even handle me. Giving what I got, nobody's gonna drain my energy. And I will never stop, I'm motivated by enemies. Setting up shop so everybody remember me. And no, I am not going through life regretfully. I'd rather work non-stop, what they call incessantly, than work some odd job just to live life pleasantly. Already got lost in my mind, not a fantasy, I'm getting it. Forgotten soul, so stop, drop, and roll. You lost all control and pop off your ball. I got squat, I fall, I'm not bought, I'm sold. My stock rocks, it's gold. Hey, knock, knock, me home. It's shit, talk to close. I ain't stopping though, it's hip-hop, you know. Or is it rock and roll? I'm not dropping down, no, my pocket's grown. You can't stop the show, so get rockin' on. So let me break it all down for you. I ain't never giving up, I ain't never giving up. Taking that crown from you. I ain't worried about you, I ain't never. So let me break it all down for you. I ain't never giving up, I ain't never giving up. Taking that crown from you. I ain't worried about you, I ain't here to make friends. Yeah. I ain't never slowing down, keep on going till I'm down. No, I'm never slowing down, cause we're blowing up now. I ain't never slowing down, keep on going till I'm down. No, I'm never slowing down, cause we're blowing up. Hard words like a weapon, attack with no questions. In my own section and they still disconnected, cause their mind's been infected and they're filled with objection. Too filled for recollection, so we're losing all attention. They don't know I'm in contention, cause I'm gaining their attention. Cause I'm making a connection, lyricism and aggression got me feeling my ascension. In my passion, my profession, I'm attacking my obsession. Taking action and progressing, I go off on the enemy, that's what makes them scared of me. Make my plans carefully, then execute them daringly. They say I act recklessly, but that's why I'm effective. See, you can't predict my tendencies, I offer no transparency. Some people think I'm lost, others think I'll be a legend. I'm never gonna stop till I'm one above second. And my thoughts at the top, but my mind stay present. Don't let your dreams stop, cause dreaming is a blessing. They tell me all the same, told me I won't make a name. But it's not about the fame, it's about keeping me sane. So I stay within my lane, feel my blood pump through my veins. Feel adrenaline, no pain, welcome all to my domain. So let me break it all down for you. I ain't never giving up, I ain't never giving up. Taking that crown from you. I ain't worried about you, I ain't never. So let me break it all down for you. I ain't never giving up, I ain't never giving up. Taking that crown from you. I ain't worried about you, I ain't never. So let me break it all down for you. I ain't never giving up, I ain't never giving up. Taking that crown from you. I ain't worried about you, I ain't never. So let me break it all down for you. I ain't never giving up, I ain't never giving up. Taking that crown from you. I ain't worried about you, I ain't here to make friends. I'm in it. I'm hella filthy, so I got this, I'm winning. I'm not a quitter, so I'm not fucking quitting. Just try to stop me and you'll drop dead missing. I'm on my way to the top now, listen. I ain't never gonna stop, too driven. I ain't never getting lost, got vision. I'ma make this shit hot, ignition. Yeah, don't give me facts, not fiction. Then you know I fucking listen, cause I'm on a fucking mission. Man, you got to be driven, cause this world is unforgiving. You're the only one that's winning, or the only one that's quitting. So get up and stay committed, don't be asking for permission. Hit the gas after ignition and start acting like you're winning. Make your own damn decisions, don't let others make you victims. Have a thought and have a vision, don't get caught up in the millions. Yeah, I'ma make this shit hot. Oh, I'ma light this
All right. I think we are ready to go. Yeah, my startups are usually like that sort of thing. So there's like a bit of music and bit of hype. So
Hey, that works for me. I actually started playing some Friday Night Funkin' a little earlier, so I was in the mood for that. So that worked.
yeah. Um so just to mention to everyone, like with my OBS setup, basically there probably won't be any alerts or anything. So I do have the Twitch chat and stuff up, so I will be able to see what you guys are talking about. Um so we'll be all good there. So yeah. So
You you guys will hear very loud keyboard clicking from me, so sorry. I have a very loud mechanical keyboard.
no, that is perfectly fine. um yeah. So I guess where to start this off. So most of you are probably like, "Oh, Imperial's not a VTuber." So yeah, I
In your heart you are.
in my heart I'm a VTuber. In my heart I am very much the same. So it's like I'm just a 3D. I'm just 3D. See, but
Yeah, exactly. You're that highest quality 3D VTuber that we all aspire to be.
yeah, just got all the polygons. The most realistic model. Yeah, yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. So this is the second episode of the podcast. So this is a very new podcast series still. So uh yeah, again I do want to thank Haruka for coming on. um
Of course.
so
Thank you for having me. I'm happy to join and be the second one to start all of this.
yeah. So I guess one of the areas I usually like to start off I guess more so with VTubers is how did you like start in getting into VTubing and what sort of, I guess, influences did you have to really start off?
Ah, that's hard. Honestly, I feel like everyone probably kind of starts the same way.
Yeah.
We all are either watching VTubers already or we stream as well. And either way, like we all kind of meet in the middle at the same place where we're like, this
Hmm.
is really cool. I really want to do this. How do I do this too?
Yeah.
But I definitely was one of the few, or many probably, who were watching VTubers, and definitely one of my biggest influences were like a lot of Hololive VTubers like
Hmm.
Calliope Mori and Okayu and Towa. A lot of the kind of like chill, really cool girl VTubers that were just really, I don't know, they just seemed really down to earth, really chill. And I was like, I kind of want to do this too. This seems really fun.
Yeah.
I would like to do this too, and so I kind of started really researching, going into hacker man mode and been going, like, knee deep into the interwebs to figure out how to do it, and
Yeah.
yeah, I just kind of resurfaced as my true identity, what you see before you now. I became I ascended and understood my true self in that search.
Yeah, that's interesting. Like sometimes I sort of like to, I guess, go on a bit of a tangent myself and kind of talk about my experiences as well, like when it comes to these things. Um, But yeah, I remember like the first time I really remember coming across like VTubers uh was probably I remember like Kazuna AI was probably one of the first that most of us would know of. And but I think my first was actually one of the VShojo VTubers which was Project Melody. Like she was one of the first that came around and I remember following her stuff really closely in the beginning and I think one of the first times I really got exposed to like VTubing with Project Melody was I remember Lost Pause. He did an interview of some sort in VR as his Lily
Mhm.
character, and he was like interviewing Melody, talking about all that stuff, and I was like, wow, VTubing seems interesting. Like, so I started following along, started watching a lot of the Let's Plays that Noble did with like Project Melody and all them playing like Neko Power and all those games and
Oh, yeah.
I was loving it and I'm like, wow, these VTubers seem really cool. Like and then eventually you come across like more of the smaller, more independent ones. And especially when I started streaming for the first time in like December 2020, I remember I started seeing a few VTubers on Twitch and more of the smaller ones, and I started just following along and sort of, I guess, mainly just kept going from there and looking for all these smaller VTubers and started hanging out and stuff. So
It's a
I've
cool
been around for a
community,
while.
honestly.
I've been around the community for a bit. Like I've sort of grown more attached over time. And now
Oh
I'm like
yeah.
and now I'm just fully immersed like probably most people are now. And I'm like just following along everything that's going on.
Oh yeah,
So,
it's honestly been one of the most I mean, of course every community has its rough patches and rough spots, but
yeah.
honestly, it's been one of the most chill and welcoming communities I've really interacted with, which is really
Yeah.
crazy. The amount of
Y-
support is ridiculous. It's
yeah,
crazy.
it's amazing and like yeah, it's like we do all come across the rough patches. Like I've seen a few of those myself in the community, like and especially with
Mhm.
some of my own VTuber friends. And but the support's always been very amazing with all of them, and I've always liked being there too to help out. So
Yeah,
yeah,
it's really fun. I definitely don't regret it. It's been one of the decisions that I made that I'm like, yeah, I'm glad I did this. I wish I had done this sooner,
yeah,
honestly. The
yeah,
people I've met so far, and I debuted at the end of October of 2021. So
right,
I've only been VTubing for almost going on not even a full 6 months yet. But the people that I've met since I debuted have been so supportive and so nice and just have become like
yeah,
really close friends. And it's really crazy. And I've never met any of these people, or I haven't even talked to some of them verbally. And it's
yeah,
just really cool. It's really
yeah,
fun.
yeah. Like I remember, I think the first time I collabed with a VTuber, like, and I did a real, like, sort of a real collab, was probably around August last year. I think it was around like me and one of my VTuber friends, Momo. We ended up doing like we did a Mario Kart collab, and this was really
Oh,
funny
God.
because because I remember I said in like the comments one time like, oh, 1v1 me in Mario Kart, and like and then we just sort of hit it off from there, and we were just like, all right, let's do a Mario Kart sort of collab. And then we've now been doing like Minecraft collabs nearly every month, so it sort of became an annual
Man.
thing to collab. So
But that's so cool though, because see, in my
yeah,
mind, I'm so I'm so competitive with Mario Kart.
yeah,
I like the guys in the chat know, the people in my
yeah,
community know I'm so competitive. I'm like the tomboy friend that I'm like, I will
yeah.
trash talk you to crap, but I love you to death. Like I
Yeah.
do it because I care. Like I just it's the joke of people have of Mario Kart and like Mario Party being those games that ruin
Yeah.
friendships. Like yeah, kinda,
Yeah.
I suppose.
It's like Momo's in the chat right now. Like, hey Momo, like we were talking about Mario Kart and how we played Mario Kart that one time. It's like oh god, your bedroom is well made, looks comfortable. Yeah, it's like my room is like so my room is so claustrophobic though, I will admit. Like the part that you see is the clean part, and then the front of it is probably not as clean.
It's all a lie. He has
It's
all
all
the
a
parts
lie.
we don't see. It's all shoved behind the monitor. It's like, yeah, my room's totally clean. And it's just like a wall being held together by like something I don't know.
Yeah, it's like this
He
room is
hides the
like
mess.
in this room like in general is so small and so cramped, but I manage.
Hey, you gotta do
Uh,
what you gotta do when you have minimal space.
yeah, Blood Rose Coil says he hides the mess. Yes, totally.
Hmm.
Haruka will destroy you in Mario Kart, trash talking you the whole time, then give you a hug after the
Yep,
dust
that's
settles. Yep.
that's 100% accurate. Yep.
Yeah.
I am that person.
Me, it's like I don't do much the trash talking. I just sort of I just sort of like am there in silence, and if I start losing, I'm just there going, come on,
Internally fuming.
internally
Oh, I wish I
screeching.
could do that. I
Yeah.
wish I could do that. I need to learn to internalize more. Actually, no, that's not good. I shouldn't do that. But
No.
no.
So don't bottle up everything. I do that too much. I do that too much. Like I'm the
No.
guy that doesn't get angry, but over time my anger just builds over like months and months,
Mhm.
and then suddenly I
You're that
go,
one that you don't want to get angry.
yeah, I'm one that's yeah, I'm just one that just doesn't like getting angry, but if I do, it's usually gonna bring out the worst in me. And yeah, I'm just like, nope, okay. Just
No, my anger, you know. Everyone knows that I'm very much like my emotions are on my sleeve type of thing.
yeah.
If I'm upset, you will know. Same thing with
Yeah.
like playing games that are very competitive. Like if I'm losing, you will know. If I'm winning, you will know. I'm very vocal with my emotions, but that's a good thing, but in a bad thing. So I always feel really bad when not everyone is very extroverted with their feelings. So I
Yeah.
always feel like, oh my God, I am going to obliterate someone who's very introverted. They're going to be just like, I cannot be with this person.
Yeah.
They're too much.
Yeah, it's like I'd say like I'm probably definitely a lot more introverted, but like at least with my feelings. But when it comes to like I guess me like going out and doing stuff, I'm very much more extroverted. But like I'm sort of like a mix of both. It's like depending on the day. Just
True.
yeah.
That's
Nintendo games
true.
apparently my weakness. Yeah, it's like for me, I think first person shooters are my weakness. Like I'm absolutely terrible. It's like I've tried first person shooters over time and I'm always just the one thing my friends always go to me is like, "Man, you can't aim." And I'm just like, "Yeah, I know I can't. Just just it's like just stop. Just don't make me
Just let
play
me have
shooters."
fun.
It's like I don't go into games competitively. I just sort of go into games more casually.
Oh, see, I live on the oh gosh, what is it? The Ricky Bobby lifestyle. If you're not first, you're last.
Oh right,
I am
yeah.
so competitive with like, and I mean, and I
Yeah.
say competitive, like I'm not toxic, I swear. I'm not. I'm just very vocal with my competitiveness, but I'm
Yeah.
never gonna be that gamer that's just like, rage quits. I accept my losses with pride. I am toxic, Cookie Hush. I'm not. I will be very vocal with my loss, but I accept my losses. Like even when I play all kinds of games. Like there's not something that I don't play, but
Yeah.
like I'll play currently I'm playing Battlefield 2042
Yeah.
and even when I'm losing and I feel like the loss was stupid, I'm like, "You know what? I can't be mad. That was a good shot." Like I'll get mad, but I'm like, "You know what?
Yeah.
I can't really be mad." Like it's
Yeah.
fine, so whatever. But I'll get them back.
Uh,
Like I'll spend the rest of the game trying to hunt that player down, but
yeah.
that's competitive fun.
Yeah. It's like I know like when it comes to I guess real life sort of stuff, like me and my friends like sometimes we'll go bowling and I it's like I'm pretty competitive in bowling, like even though I don't play it all the time, I'm just like the type of guy that's just like I'm just like, man, like I'm trying to knock these pins. I just want to win this. Just let me
I
win
love
this. Like
bowling is so
bowling,
much fun.
yeah.
I think that's probably in a sport, quote unquote, that I don't really talk about that I actually really really like doing that I don't do nearly enough is bowling. I don't know what
Yeah.
it is. I really
Yeah.
like it. It's really fun.
Yeah, I used to do it like I used to I think go into some comps in bowling when I was like a really like little kid. So I used to get like those trophies like just to be like, yeah, I see I got third place in bowling. Or it's like but after time I just stopped doing it and then eventually I was like, you know what, bowling's just so fun. Like why don't I do this? And so every time like when my friends like go out and we get the chance to go bowling, I'm just like, all right, I'm gonna beat your asses, I'm gonna win this. And and I get hyped up And I posted up on my Instagram actually a few days ago. We went out bowling and I won it, and I'm like, yes, let me have this win.
Like, people don't understand that. Like, just, even if people who aren't competitive, it feels good to win every now and then. And Kuki, no, I will not play golf with friends. I will not. I have seen too many people play that, and I would be so no. It would not be a
uh,
fun time for me.
oh, like it's like I haven't played golf with your friends yet, but I've got one VTuber friend that we're looking to play with at some point. So I might be doing a collab stream at some point with them doing golf with your friends, which will be
Golf with
interesting.
friends. Oh god.
I'm gonna be
I've
like the
watched
guy.
too much.
I'm
No,
I'm gonna
I
be the
can't.
guy there that's just like like I've never played this before. I'm just gonna be there probably dying constantly or whatever the case is. Like I'm just gonna be like just dying in general and just like not even winning. And I'm gonna be like, come on, please, just
No,
but
I've watched too much of the content with Iron Mouse and
oh god.
Connor about that
Oh
whole
god.
friends golf with friends. No, no, I would be so
uh
angry. I would
uh
rage quit. That game would cause me to rage quit.
yeah.
I'm not good with. I hate golf in person in real life, so I couldn't even imagine enjoying it in a digital sense. It would just make
uh
me not happy.
Yeah. So just like it would be fun for chat though. Yeah, probably fun for chat, but
For you guys, yeah, sure, because y'all would laugh at me being like, what, 20, 30 strokes into one stupid round,
ah,
and I still haven't got it in the damn hole. That's kind of how that works.
Haruka's gonna do it. We can convince her to somehow. It can be done.
No, it will not. It will not.
How
Maybe
about
from
some
some terrible punishment, but no,
oh,
not by choice.
how about some Yuno? Oh god. I played Yuno
I
on stream
love
once.
Uno.
I played Yuno
I
on
do love.
stream once, and me and one of my friends, Aztec was just raging just so much, and I'm just there like, what, what is this?
I love Uno. I could play that all the time. But I swear they must have upped their bots or whatever, because
Oh,
those bots play dirty.
oh
They're
god.
hard. I'm just playing by myself and I'm losing to the bot. And
Oh
that's
man.
so sad.
One game that's a good laugh, which I think would probably be not so much of a rage quit game, would be it's like Cards Against Humanity. It's so fun, and
Yes.
I've always wanted to do like an IRL stream with friends playing Cards Against Humanity, and like have like a top-down camera or something where we're just like playing the cards so you guys could see what cards we're playing. But it would be so cool if we did that. But like
I
there
love
is
Cards Against Humanity so much.
yeah, but there is like a few online sort of knockoff games which are very similar. And me and my friends, we've played it a few times on stream, and I'm just like, oh, is this stream just gonna get banned because of the stuff that's in this game?
Exactly. That's what I feel like it would be very dangerous for me, granted, because my chat loves to make fun of me for not being say so, which I absolutely am. They just like to torture me about it. But playing Cards Against Humanity would unfortunately, I think, undo all of the work I'm trying to do for that.
Yeah,
The cards I would play would probably not end up very good.
yeah, like it's like my streams, like I'm just like, I gave up on being say so a long time ago, but I still have like a say so side to myself. It's like I'm very much more the innocent one out of everyone else that comes on my streams normally, and I'm just there, just like, oh, like, and then just trying to be say so, but then it just breaks. We just break say being say so, and then we're just like, okay, yeah, just just oh
Like
well.
I swear, like I try to be, but I swear they try so hard to break that wall. I'm like, stop it! I am safe, so god damn it, leave
Okay.
me alone.
How about a small 6 hour stream? It will consist of golf with friends, and Battlefield 2042.
Do you want me to like? Do you want me to never stream again, Cookie? Why?
Oh God.
That'd be
Oh no.
terrible.
Oh. Like
But I
I've
love Cards Against Humanity. The stuff that comes out of those games are just
oh yeah.
they're so pure gold.
It's like one time I remember I was having a party with friends and we brought out Cards Against Humanity, and I remember my parents one time like they came out and they were just like watching us play this game, and my dad was just reading one of the cards and he was just like, "Oh, oh."
Mm.
and and we're just there laughing our heads off going like, "Yep, this is the game. You want to play? Want to play the game?"
And all the different packs they have just make it
Oh
even
yeah.
better. Like I was actually looking at some the other day.
Yeah.
Like they have so many different variations. And I think I actually got a couple years ago, they did some special variant of like little packs for like Mass Effect. And
Yeah.
I bought like a handful of them just because I loved the idea of having like little bundles of like Mass Effect themed Cards Against Humanity things in there
Right.
because I'm a big Mass Effect nerd. But I love that
Nice.
they're always just throwing a bunch of different random like nerdy versions of cards and
Yeah.
different themes. It's just so cool. It's so good. I love them.
Yeah. Like I ended up one of my family members actually got me like this giant set of Cards Against Humanity cards for Christmas, and I was like, "Oh wow, okay, there's so many card packs here." Like I've got them like on my shelf sort of here, and there's like the green box, the blue box, and I think there's like a red box or something.
Eh.
But there's so many boxes.
I always laugh when you get the big black box, and I'm like, what? Anything they can do to make it borderline almost inappropriate, but it's
Yeah.
still acceptable. I'm like, y'all fiends, y'all are
Yeah.
terrible. I love
Uh
it.
Yeah, it's like I think me and my friends we might be doing another sort of stream that's very similar to Cards Against Humanity on Thursday actually. So it would be very interesting playing this on stream again because we haven't done so in a long
That'd be so
time.
fun.
We're
That'd be fun
just
to watch for sure.
and then I'm just gonna be there like reading out these cards and going like, oh, oh, this one says this. Oh, okay,
Oh
I gotta
my.
read this.
Some of them are just too cringe to read. I'm like,
Oh
do
yeah.
I really have to read this out loud? Can't I just
Yeah.
have it like on a stream, have like the talk to speech thing?
Yeah.
I'd really prefer to not say this out loud.
Yeah.
Mm-mm.
Isn't saying the cards I would play would undo my safe, and it's an admission of guilt.
It's not an admission of guilt. I'm just saying that it would give me a not say so appearance.
Yeah.
That is all I'm saying. It would undo the work I'm trying to do that I am totally say so.
Yeah, I think I remember one VTuber I was watching was like trying to be say so for like so long, and then eventually I think one stream they were just like, you know what, I can't keep this say so thing going for anymore. And I'm
Just fuck it. It is
just
what it is.
watching this VTuber just break into going, yeah, I can't do this anymore. I can't be say so. I'm just like going, well, there's like months and months of trying to be say so gone down the drain.
Like I'm determined to like I think that's the one thing that I always get. The one downside I would say, and it's not a complaint, but I guess
Yeah.
it would be just a little thing. There's always that mindset of like if you have to be say so or you have to be like a lewd type of VTuber, it's
Yeah.
almost like there's this divide. You have to be one or the other. And I'm like,
Yeah.
can't I just be both? Can't I
Yeah.
be
Yeah.
down the middle?
Yeah.
God.
I at first when I first started streaming, I tried to be super say so, and then basically I was like, okay, I can't keep this say so thing going any longer. And then I'm just like, I don't want to go full lewd, and I don't want to go full say so. So I'm just like, okay, guys, this is me. I'm just splitting down the middle. It depends on the day. Depends how I'm feeling on the day. It's like I'll
Uh,
be whatever.
yeah, Yeah, because I just want to be me. Like my streams are always just me being myself,
Yeah.
but it's almost like people want to classify you, which is understandable, I guess, if they
Yeah.
want to kind of put that in a category. But I'm like, but I'm not really one or the other. I'm kind of like weird
Yeah.
creation of two of them both depending on how I feel on the day. You
Yeah.
know, if I'm feeling much more just kind of level, like low key, obviously I'm going to be much more calm and not
Yeah.
really joking about perverted things, but sometimes I will be. But
Yeah.
I'm also not the extreme of either, because I can't be G Willikers,
Yeah.
Batman. I can't be that. But I
Yeah.
also am just not the opposite end. But that's the only thing I think that I've just had as being a VTuber that's been kind of
Yeah.
interesting.
Yeah.
Like, they always wanna categorize me, I'm like, "I don't know, I'm just me."
Yeah.
Whatever that is, I guess.
Yeah, it's like I remember one time I was like on Twitter, and it's like I think some of the VTubers, when I first met them, I thought, oh yeah, they're probably gonna be just sort of your standard say so VTubers, and then I find out, oh no no no, they are not, they are not say so, and and I'm just like, oh, this is much more than I've ever got into.
Yeah. I I've had a couple of those where it always makes me laugh though, like, no
Yeah.
judgment, but, like, it always makes me laugh when, like, they'll debut or they'll have their design, I'm like, "Oh, that's super cute," and they'll start posting, and then all of a sudden they'll make that first not say so post on Twitter, I'm like,
Yeah.
"Oh
I'm like,
my god, what?"
yeah, I think it's like and this is okay, just saying, this is no diss to Momo in the chat. uh, this was this is when I first sort of started interacting with Momo. I thought Momo was like like super say so. And then and then like eventually probably a week into following, I saw the first like sort of less lewd, well, less say so post, and I'm just like, oh okay. I'm like, this is not what I expected. and and
Yeah.
then and then Momo was, I think, commented back or something along the lines of like, oh, it's like I am 18 plus, I am an 18 plus Twitter account, and I'm like, oh, I completely forgot that.
Yeah. It's like I always get so scared with that because there's, I guess, with normal streaming as a real person,
Yeah,
it's a little different. Whereas VTubing, I don't know if it's no, because even if I wanted to do something, make a post that was slightly less quote unquote say so or
yeah,
whatever, I'm always so afraid of ostracizing a part of a community. Those who may follow
yeah,
me for particular side of my content. Like, they like when I
yeah,
don't play these games and they like the more say so content. I always feel
yeah,
so scared that I'm going to ostracize them and push them away, and vice versa. If
yeah.
I'm too say so, the ones that are like, oh, this is too boring, I don't want to watch. I'm like, no, 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 back. I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
Yeah. I was just, yeah. It's like I sort of started seeing the divide in the community, I think, once I started seeing like some accounts be 18 plus and some not. And I'm just like, I'm just follow whoever. I just do whatever. I just
Yeah.
And it's like, I remember one time, some of the more like the very sort of lewd VTubers started following my Twitter. I'm like, oh hello, I didn't expect you here. And I sort of look at their background and I'm just like, oh, they do this content. Oh, okay,
Oh
okay.
my.
And I'm just like, it's like, do I just pique my interest, or do I just sort of go, no, I'm just gonna say so and just go, okay, you follow me, that's perfectly fine. I don't care. I'm not going you. I'm just like, what are you doing here? Uh, like
Yeah.
it's
That's why I never put the 18. I mean, because
Mhm.
technically my content is, because I use profanity on my streams, my
Yeah,
content is technically like 18 plus, but I always
yeah,
get so nervous because it's become so visually known that if you put the 18 plus thing on your content or on your Twitter,
Yeah.
that like that's assumed that you do adult content or you're
Yeah.
more on the lewd side. I'm like, no, 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 I'm not. I
Yeah.
just use profanity. I just want people to know that I do use that and that I am technically of 18 plus.
Yeah.
But it's so visually known now as that I'm like, never mind. I'll just people will find out. They'll
Yeah.
see for
Yeah.
themselves.
Yeah. Cabby says, just hit him with the 16 plus. I
The
mean, yeah.
16 plus?
I
No!
mean, I
That
mean,
sounds so
hey, like,
weird.
I've seen some VTubers actually put like 15, 16 plus, and I'm like, oh, okay, I guess that
That's
works.
funny.
Like for a while I just couldn't decide what I wanted. So at one point I put 18 plus on my Twitter, and I'm just like, okay, I mean that means I could probably be a bit more, like, I guess less safe with what I retweet and stuff. But then
Bring out the spicy.
bring out the spicy. But then I'm just like, I don't know what I want. Like, do I just want to be like, do I want to just remove the 18 plus? Do I want to keep the 18 plus? And then I just sort of, it just depends on the time, what I want. And I'm just like, oh, well, I'm just going to remove the 18 plus and just kind of go with it and just see what happens.
Yeah.
Like, I'm just like,
And
I
that's
don't know
kinda
what
what
I
I
want.
did. I
Yeah.
just didn't even put it on there. I'm like, I'll just be me. If it ends up being more spicy on the post, then that's what it is. If it's not, it's not. But like
Yeah.
I'm not one or the other, but
Yeah.
yeah, the categorizing I can understand, but sometimes I'm like, I don't know, man. Just let me
Yeah.
be. I
Yeah.
just want to be me.
Yeah, I just sort of find a middle ground now where I'm just like, okay, I'll probably retweet some things that can be on the slight sort of spicy, but I'll sort of be a bit more safe with trying to not retweet the super spicy things.
Yeah, because at the end
Yeah.
of the day, I think not all think this way, but like I know for me personally, I would like to be able to get to the point where maybe I could do partnerships with companies and stuff like that. And I want to kind
Yeah.
of play it safe for now, I don't want to
Yeah.
do anything that's, granted, that's kind of how I am anyway. Like I'm not
Yeah.
forcing myself to not enjoy something just because, but
Yeah.
like in the social media world, I try to keep my content a little more on the professional side in
Yeah.
case I were to go that route. So that way they're not looking at me and being like, "Oh,
Yeah, it's like just looking at
maybe."
that going, I was like, oh, what is this?
Like, I don't know if you'd be a good fit, but I don't know. A lot of stuff with VTubers, I think they've all kind of grown to accept that VTubers can be naturally spicy at times, and
Yeah.
maybe they prefer that now because it helps sell product. I don't know, but
Who knows?
I try to keep it professional a little bit.
Yeah. Yeah, I think we'll probably talk about like we've talked about quite a bit in terms of like the VTuber, I guess, scene and culture, I guess. Like I guess how can we sort of phrase this into the next part? Like, I guess what's probably some of the biggest struggles, I guess, with your content in general? Like, what do you find the most struggling when making content or coming up with content ideas?
I don't have enough time.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's so much content I want to do, and I just don't. There's not enough time in the day, in the week, to do all the things I want to do, or
Yeah.
I don't have access to that type of content. Like, I would love to do, collabs with so and so with this type of game, but I don't have that game or I
Yeah.
don't have that console. So I'm like, well, I can't do that. It's
Yeah.
just, it's usually things that are out of my control or, but most of the time it's just finding the time. Like, I would love to do more editing with my content for highlight reels and doing
Yeah.
stuff for VODs and stuff like that. I'm like, I don't have the time. I would love to. I wish
Yeah.
I could, but I just don't have the time.
Yeah. It's like I find like with my content, like I'm always just really unsure how to like sort of take it the next step and sort of make it even better. I just sort of go, like just make content, and then I just sort of get to a stage where I'm just like, I feel like this is getting stale. How do I change this up? Like, what do I do? Like, I'm just like always get that sort of content block where I'm just like stagnant, and I'm just like trying to push forward. But
Yeah, that's the one thing with like VTubing and content creating is you're always having to kind of keep up with what is the most what's trending,
yeah,
what's current, what is everybody playing that, you don't want to do something that's overly saturated, but you want to still be in something that's really popular right now.
yeah,
But at the same time, keeping up with social media, all the different social
yeah,
medias, now everyone's on Twitter and everyone's on TikTok, and now I have to create a
yeah,
TikTok and I have to learn
yeah,
how to use TikTok.
yeah.
And then having time to edit already edit my VODs to make them highlightable for YouTube, and then editing that to make it doable for TikTok. It's like, I just don't have time.
Yeah, like it's like I remember when it's like I created a TikTok probably back in like 2020, and I never did anything with it because I was like, I don't understand TikTok. I just don't understand the content there. I'm just like got that sort of boomer mindset with TikTok, and then and I'm just like I don't get this. Why is TikTok this sort of thing? Like, and then I'm just like, because most of the time I promote my stuff either on Twitter or on Instagram, because I've been on Instagram for so many years, and then eventually I sort of was like, okay, I'm gonna try and find a way to promote my content with TikTok, and I actually tried promoting this podcast with TikTok, and I was like, okay, let's see how this goes. I'm gonna like just try and do this, put some good music with it, make some little glitchy effects, and it got like 200 and something views, and I'm like, oh hello.
Mhm.
Overnight, I'm like, overnight it got 200 views. I'm like, I don't understand TikTok.
Yeah, it is literally the Vine of the future. I mean, for those who are
Oh
really
yeah,
big into Vine, that was
yeah,
like the new thing. But
yeah,
it's crazy because it's just like it's so great because and then YouTube jumped on that with the shorts and all of that because it's
yeah,
just really short content that doesn't take 20-minute videos, all of that
yeah,
stuff. And I guess because attention spans are very short these days, I guess. But
yeah,
I would love to be able to be on top of all of that. Like, there are times that I'm like, I need a social media manager. I
yeah,
need someone to do all this for me, but I don't want to. I want to be the one doing all of it myself, but man, it is
yeah,
hard. It really is hard to just make sure that you have everything and then still being able to focus on your own mental self and making sure that you're
yeah,
okay
yeah,
and eating and sleeping
yeah. Like,
regularly.
it's like I find that a lot of the time when I've been organizing collabs, I've been organizing them like around like midnight, 1 a.m. I'm like, just because like time zones. I'm just like, okay, these people are probably awake right now. I should probably go to bed, but I'm like, no, I'm gonna go and try and text on Discord and be like, hey, do you want to collab? Like, do you want to do this? And I'm just like organizing these collabs like probably like so late at night. I'm just
Yeah, that's the fun part is so many content creators are in so many different parts of the world. It's just
yeah.
so hard to make it work
Yeah, like one of
in
the
a
biggest
reasonable time.
like one of the biggest drawbacks for me, I find, is like because I'm in like an Australian time zone, I'm just like, oh, everyone's in most of the people I know are in Europe or in America. And
Mhm.
I'm just like, okay, how is this going to work? Like so many people I want to collab with and they're like in so many different time zones, and I'm just like, what time is it here at this time here? How does this line up? And I'm like, no, it
Mhm.
doesn't. Oh, okay.
Shit.
Yeah, like there's so many people I wanted to collab with, and I'm just like, oh, they're probably not going to be awake at the time I'm awake. So
Mhm.
just crying internally, just going like, how do I make this work? I've got to work in the week, but I want to collab with people. I want to do things.
Yeah, and
And
that's also a hard thing with just content creation in general, especially
yeah,
for streamers, VTubers, especially. with VTubers, whereas a lot of their fan base could be in a completely different part of the country, but
Yep.
your hours of functioning are completely opposite. You start to panic wondering if the time zone that you do your streams are, good for, your audience. And then,
Yeah.
everyone always tells people to, stream what works for you, do it when you're available. Don't, break your schedule just because. But
Yeah.
at the same time, I'm like, but if my audience is like, if they're available when I'm in bed, like then I'm kind of, defeating the purpose. I feel like I
Yeah.
need to adjust my whole schedule, but it's
Yeah.
it's hard. You have to find what works, and adjust as you can, but it's hard to really find that good little sweet spot for everything to line up appropriately.
Yeah, it's like this sort of time zone, like for most people that watch my streams, I normally don't really stream in this sort of time. Like for me, I'm always streaming probably around like 8 p.m. at night, but like right now it's like it's nearly 12 p.m. in the day. So it's like
Mhm.
such a different time to stream, and like I've done it before, but it's just not common. And
Yeah.
and I'm just like, oh, okay, I've got to get up in the morning. I'm gonna get up in the morning and actually get up to do something. And
Yeah, because it's
yeah,
about 8 p.m., almost 8 p.m. here for me, so it's about nighttime. Well, that's right, because
yeah,
you're already on Monday. I'm
yeah,
still back in Sunday.
yeah, yeah. It's like I'm already on Monday, already sort of right in the middle of the day, and it's like okay.
It's so crazy. You're living in the future.
Yeah. It's like, is it better in the future? No. No.
Like, please tell me, how is it looking tomorrow? How's Monday?
It's
Am I in for something good tomorrow?
and the probable general answer is no. No.
No, it's
It's
Monday.
it's Monday and it's just another day to feel dead inside.
No, no dead inside at all. I swear, I smack everybody who talks like that. No,
Yeah.
positive.
Yeah. It's like
I'm the only one who can be dead inside.
I still like these comments where it's like young people are scary. Yeah, young people
They
are super
are.
scary.
They can be. But then again, I think we're all still considered young people to a lot of people.
Yeah, it's like for me, it's like I'm 21. I'm turning 22 in February, and I'm just like I don't want to be 22 to be honest. I want to actually still be 18. I just want to be 18 still. Like I feel like I'm just already a boomer. I don't. I just it.
Everyone has that age that I feel like we get mentally stuck at. Like, it feels like you stayed at that age for forever, and no matter
Yeah,
what you do, you're still that age, and you're just like,
yeah,
"Wait, aren't I still like this? Aren't I still this? No, it's
yeah.
been like 8 years. Oh, no, I guess
Uh,
not."
yeah, and it's like it's like I think it's like physically it's like I feel like much less capable than what I was when I was 18, but then mentally I'm so like if I was mentally like this when I was 18, I'd probably be all right. I'd probably be perfectly
Mhm.
fine. But I'm just like, man, I like this pandemic has just done my body dirty.
Yeah, as I see, I've always just had a older mentality of things because
Yeah,
I grew up with a lot of older siblings, so I've just
right.
always had an older mindset, no
Yeah.
matter what age I am. But like, I think someone commented that I made a post on Twitter earlier today about like a Genshin Impact character, and
Oh
like I
yeah.
have a childlike face with an ara whirly worthy voice. Like
Yeah, I think
I've
I
always
saw
had a
that.
mature sounding self, but I've
Yeah.
always just been younger. But it's just kind of like I've always felt old in my mind just because
Yeah.
that's just how I was raised.
Yeah,
So in
like
my mind, I'm just 20 years older in my mind. I'm already like ready to go to bed now.
yeah, like most of my friends are like at least 1 or 2 years older than me. So it's like they have like a bit of an older mindset, and I find that to be mostly a good thing because it's like most of my friends, I think when we were like 18, 19, we were like just they were always wanting to party. Me, I was just like, no. I don't want to party.
Nah,
It's
I'm
not for me.
good.
Like, I don't want to, like, because most of my friends drink and I don't, and I'm just like the guy there that's just the sober guy, and I'm just there and I'm just like, oh, they're all just getting trashed, and I'm here just like, just chilling and kind of trying to
Aw.
vibe myself, and I'm just like, geez, these guys are just stupid. These guys are just
You get to be
stupid.
the DD no matter what.
Yeah, it's
Oh.
like most of the time, luckily, I don't be the designated driver, which is great. I'm just like, no, I'm not driving you guys home. Like, you guys can get, you guys can get stuffed.
Oh no! Your poor friends. It's like you're on your own. Good
You're on your
luck.
own, guys. Good luck. Like, it's like
Call an
they'll
Uber.
call an Uber or stay the night at their place. I'm just going home.
Oh god.
Like, I'll drive one or two
No.
friends home, but as long as they're not too trashed.
My thing is,
Uh,
as long as they're not throwing up, we're good. I'm
oh,
like,
yeah,
if you're still contained, I'm fine. I'll drive you. That's fine. Just
yeah,
don't throw up in my car, please.
yeah. Just please don't.
Anything but that.
It's like, because I know for me, it's like if my friends like threw up in my car, like I'd be mad at them, and two, my parents would probably be completely annoyed.
Oh no.
Like, because
Oh no
my
no.
parents are like the parents that are like probably much more sort of they sort of stick to traditions quite a bit,
Oh, very
and
reserved, very
they're very
conservative.
very conservative, and I'm just like I was the guy at 18 that was like, hey, can I go out with my friends and go and do this? And my parents are probably just like, no. Just like, no,
Oh.
you're not doing that. But then eventually they sort of like opened up to me more and were like, okay, yeah, we can trust you, you'll be fine. It just but it took me like a good year just to start convincing my parents to let me just go out and do shit.
Oh, jeez.
But
See, luckily for me, I'm a very small individual, even though my community likes to tease and make me shorter than I actually am, but I'm still very petite in size, so it's never been like I've had one instance where
yeah,
I was that friend. I was that friend that needed to be driven home,
yeah,
but I'm a very small person, so it's like, okay, well, it's like we'll just put her over here. It's fine. Like I'm
yeah,
very compartmentalized. Like I don't take up much room. I'm not, a big trouble,
yeah,
So at least
yeah.
I'm not a huge trouble, but at the same time, I've been that friend as well in the
Yeah,
sense of going like, I'll take you home. Don't worry. You're fine.
yeah. It's like one of my friends, like who I've been best friends with since like early high school days. Like we it's like he was always like the one to say to my parents like, oh, I'll look after him, everything will be fine. And he's the guy who would go out and just want to party and stuff too, though. But he was like, I'll look after him, things will be fine. and
Never.
and most of the time it was fine. But yeah, like it's like we've had our fair share of like experiences going out places
Mhm.
and like just either just kind of going, okay, this is a bit of a weird place, why are we here, let's get out of here. But
Yeah.
it's like
But see, it's always good to have one of those friends because those friends are going to get you to either experience something you never would have experienced if they
yeah,
hadn't been around, or they'll get you into stuff that you'll probably never want to do again.
yeah,
But you
like
learned.
it's like I've seen some of my friends do things that I'm just like, yeah, I'm never touching that, no way, no thanks. Like I'm just like, it's like, just why, just why are you doing that? But then
That.
we went to like somewhere in Sydney, and there's like a full on district in Sydney where it's like full on parties and full on just every sort of unsay so
Oh
thing you could
man.
think of. And I'm just like here going so nervous to go to these places. I'm just like, I'm the guy who's just so innocent, just like okay, why am I here? But but like it's like we went around a few places and we probably, it's like they always say let's go there again. I'm just there like going, no thanks, no thanks, please no. It's like I don't want to see that again. but but then we went to like it's like the main reason we were going out there was for like because I'm pretty sure the US has these as well as like full on like emo nights and
Yeah, themed nights for like
theme
bars
night.
and places, stuff
Yeah,
like that.
like
Yeah.
themed nights for like just full on emo pop punk music. And we went to one right before like the lockdowns and stuff happened, and it was probably like only a week before they completely locked down everything in Australia. And this was like right when the pandemic started. And the first thing we were worried about, oh, is this going to be a place where this virus will take hold? And luckily no, but I actually did get sick a couple days after. But
No.
but we went there and it was full on jam packed, so many people, loud music, like 3 or 4 levels of music. And I could imagine there was probably some people that would have been on some certain substances there, probably. Some were on probably whatever, and some were on just drinking the night away. And I'm just there, like, just trying to have a good time, and it's like so loud, and I'm just like, man, I can't do one of
You're
these.
that meme. You're like that. I see that makes me think of that meme where like everyone's partying and there's the guy in the corner or whatever drinking. I can't remember what the meme is, but it's like I feel like that is like every scenario. You're like, I'm just trying to vibe, man. And
I'm
everyone
just
else
trying
is
to
just
vibe,
losing their
man.
minds.
Everyone else is
Like, let
losing their
me enjoy
minds.
the
But
music.
it was great
Please.
though. It was great. And it was like just so it was so freaking hot in this building though. Like everyone was just jam packed and it was so hot. And like and I was just like so dehydrated by the end of it. I was just like, oh god, like it was like probably about 1:32 in the morning, and I'm just there and I'm just like just dying. And I'm just like, guys, like, can we go now? Like, I'm like, so we all ended up walking back to the hotel, and luckily the hotel was just down the road, which was so good. But
Oh heck
the
yeah.
hotel was not one of the best hotels, definitely at all. But like, we went back to the hotel, and I think everyone was just so partied out, and some of my friends were staying in another room, so we all just went over to the other room, and we were just like staying up, I think, trying to just play some sort of
Just
game or something. And
decompress after the shenanigans.
yeah, and I'm just there, like, just internally, just like going, man, I just want to sleep, man. But I'm just like, I don't want to like be the only one to go back to my room, and I'm just like, we're just there, and I'm
Oh,
just
see,
like
I am
so
that
dead.
friend. I am that friend. I have no problem. Like when I go to like anime conventions or like if I go out with friends like that,
Yeah,
I have no problem being that person. I'm like, all right, I'm out. I'm gonna go to bed. And they're like, well, we're gonna be out for a while. I'm like, nope, I'm gonna go to bed. Y'all have fun.
yeah,
Good night. And I just
yeah,
leave. Like when I'm ready to go, it's time to go.
yeah.
Time to get my beauty sleep.
Yeah, and it's like, so me and one of my friends, we went back to, because we both just shared a room, and we just went back to the room, and like this hotel was so bad. We were just reading the menu, and we were just laughing at the way the menu was written because it was so broken English. And I'm
Oh
just,
God.
and like, some of these was like saying, instead of something like simple as saying homemade, it was saying like, oh, house made. And I'm like, what? What? Like housemates?
Made from the house.
And we're just like just reading this, and I'm just like, like, why does this say housemaid? Like, it just sounds like something from like a knockoff hotel or something. And we ended up having breakfast in the morning, and the breakfast was so like bland and boring and just so kind of bad. And I'm just like, this is what you get in like a 3-star hotel. This is what you get in a three
Mm.
star, but it's like this is like probably like a 2 or 1-star hotel. And
See, the only thing that I think that, and that's how you know it's really bad, is if like the one thing that, and it's not even a positive, but I always remember like the few times that I've been like super, like I drank to the point of where it's like that point, like
yeah,
food tastes amazing. That is the one thing that I would say, like when you're drinking to that
yeah,
point, like everything tastes fantastic. Like you look forward to the meal when you're still completely like just out of it. You're like, "Oh my god, why does this taste so delicious?" Like, if you ever want to appreciate food again, just
Uh,
drink to that point, because then you'll be like, "Yes, this I don't care. I normally don't eat this, but this tastes like the best meal I've ever had in my life."
oh man, like it's like just I think that's why like so many of my friends, it's like after going out drinking, they'll just go to like a McDonald's or something, and they'll just be like,
Yes.
this is so good. This is so
It's
good.
like crying tears into a freaking chicken nugget meal, and they're like, "What's wrong?" I'm like, "It just tastes so good. I don't know why." Like, I don't know what it is, but it makes food just it
Oh,
elevates it to a whole nother level. But then when you wake
uh,
up the next day and you have that same meal, you're like, "This is
uh.
I can't even enjoy life anymore.
It'd
Like, this
probably
doesn't
it'd
even
probably
taste
wake
the
up.
same."
You'd probably wake up the next morning and be like, why the hell did I eat this? Why did I choose to eat this?
It just tasted so good. Didn't matter. Didn't matter. It's like
uh,
I'll always remember those. Like, that's the one thing that I think out
uh,
of enjoyment is like, because you don't want to go too far, because then you won't remember it, and that's not good. I do not condone that. But you want to remember the meal. I've always
uh,
remembered the meals. Do I regret
yeah.
it afterwards? I'm like, yeah, I probably shouldn't have had that because it's probably not very healthy for me, but it tasted
uh,
delicious.
it's like I guess for like a lot of my viewers, like most people know, I'm just the type of guy that always like most people like make memes with me now, where it's like when anytime I'm at a friend's place and we order KFC or something, I'm just a guy who's just like the KFC guy. Everyone knows me for eating KFC or anything like
You
that.
really like KFC?
Yeah, in Australia, KFC is actually not too bad. It's probably one of our better ones.
Oh,
Yeah,
dang.
yeah,
Well, KFC's pretty big in the States too.
yeah.
It depends on where you go, but yeah, KFC is definitely big. But I've heard a lot of people like talking about like KFC in like Japan or other
Oh
countries and like
yeah,
comparing on how good it is.
yeah.
So I'm
And
always
then
intrigued.
yeah, I've heard so many people say like that KFC in the US is terrible, and I'm just like, oh.
What? How dare they? No, I think it's pretty good, depending on where you
Yeah,
get it, but I think
yeah.
it's pretty good.
Yeah, it's like because it's like I think over the years like Australia is so interesting because it's like we have so many different types of cultural food here. It's crazy. Like you just come across so many different things. Like we've got Mexican food here, we've got like Japanese food, like just everything in like the one area. It's so good.
Mhm.
And
Yeah.
like everyone's just like, "Wait, you just have all that there? Like what?" Like I thought you'd only have like maybe just like the standard stock takeaway sort of stuff. And I'm like, no, we've got everything. Like, because Australia is just so diverse with the type of people here. Like, we have people from everywhere. It's like, it's so
Awesome.
cool. It's so
No,
cool.
I'm curious though. What do you guys have anything that's, I don't want to say like specific to Australia, like something that I couldn't get anywhere
Hmm.
else that's only in Australia, or some, I don't want to say like a delicacy or something that's just like, oh, you can only
Ooh.
have that here, or that's like infamous
Oh.
here. But do you guys have something that's special to just Australia?
I think what most people know Australia for, in terms of food, is like most people will know Australia probably for like the meat pie sort of thing or the sausage roll. Everyone,
Mhm.
everyone would get like a meat pie or a sausage roll, and like you do find them in some other countries like New Zealand as well. But in Australia,
Mhm.
everyone talks about meat pie or sausage roll. Everyone's just like, it's a pie. It's got meat in it. It's got steak in it. Like it's cut up steak chunks in it. It's so good. And
That sounds really good.
it is actually really good. Like I think if I went to the US and I didn't have a meat pie, I'd be going like, where the hell is the meat pie? Like but
Because I
then
feel like in America, we have a variation of that, but we don't call it that because we'll have like not
yeah,
pot roast, but we have like a pot pie, but it's not the same.
right.
Like they will have like vegetables and stuff in it, so it's not like the same.
Yeah, it's like, but there's so many different variations of the meat pie here. Like everyone would get either like your stock standard meat pie. Some might get like a chicken pie. or they'll get like just like something that's got like meat and a bunch of other things in it. It's quite good. But also one thing Australia is known for is like fairy bread, they call it. Because it's like literally bread and it's just like you butter the bread and then you just put sprinkles on the top of it. Yeah. You get like a piece of bread
Okay.
and you put butter and sprinkles on it. And it's actually really good. I haven't had it in years though. But I used to have it all the time when I was a kid. Everyone would have it at a party. Like it's
Like just normal sprinkles, like ice cream sprinkles?
yeah.
What? That's so
Yeah.
crazy.
Yeah. It's
I just
like
can't wrap my head around that.
yeah, it's a weird concept to everyone, but everyone's just like, "Wait, you have that? What is this? What planet are you guys living on?" And I'm just like, I don't know. I don't know, like just we just have
That's
different things here.
interesting.
Yeah. But
I
one
could
thing
see
that
like it working with the butter though. I could see
yeah,
that.
yeah, it's actually pretty good. Um, but yeah, like another thing is probably like this is a really bizarre mix of it's like a mash of like Arab culture and Australian culture. Like you get like a snack pack, they call it, and you basically load it with like chips, sauces, and meat, and it's just in this sort of box, like this sort of styrofoam sort of box, and it's all like just mixed in there, and people eat that. But it's like it's so much meat and stuff. It's like you're literally probably gonna be killing yourself eating it. Like I've tried it one time, and I'm just like about halfway, and I'm just like, oh, this is killing my stomach. Why? But it's it's
Too
it's
much
really
beef.
but it's so strange because it's like literally mixing Arab culture and Australian culture, and it was created in Australia, and all the Arabs and stuff in Australia love it. Like it's everyone just loves it. It's so good because like you'll come across kebabs a lot in Australia. Like there's so many places you'll come across a kebab, but getting a snack pack is just one of the unique things that you could get from kebab shops. That's unique to Australia. But
Interesting.
yeah, so we've mashed up so many different cultures with our food. It's just so cool. Australia's just the
That's
the
I would
mashup.
love to go there.
Yeah,
Like
it's
one day.
yeah, yeah. Like it's like I've always wanted to try and go overseas quite a bit. Like I've always like the only places I've been to New Zealand on a few occasions because I got family over there, and I've also been to Fiji, and it's quite nice. But
Wow.
I do want to go to Japan because Japan's a big one for me to want to go to.
Oh, of
And
course.
yeah, because Japan is just like I remember the first thing I sort of thought about with Japan, I was like, oh, they have like such an interesting culture and history, and there's also the aspects of anime and stuff as well. Because I'm just like, oh yeah, I'll go to Akihabara in Japan. I'll probably be there for days just looking around at everything, going like, I'm just gonna bring all this stuff back, and then I'm gonna find that I can't fit it all in my luggage, and then I'm gonna be like, how do I get this back?
We all have to take our weeb pilgrimage to Japan at some point to
Yeah,
go and do the usual visitation of our heritage and
yep,
our dreams.
yep. Yep, we're just gonna be like praying to the anime gods and just being like, we made it here."
Pray to the Gundam. Go do your prayers in front of the ginormous Gundam. Be like, bless you, Gunpla. Thank you for
Yeah,
getting me here.
yeah. It's like I want to go to my first TwitchCon though, and
Me too.
I know there's two that apparently are scheduled for this year. One's in the Netherlands and one's in the US, and I'm just like,
Hmm.
I don't think I'm gonna be able to get to the US one though. I would love to, but I don't think I'm going to be able to get to it because of how much it would cost to go to the US. I'm just like, oh.
Yeah, see, and I'm the opposite. God, I wouldn't even be able to think of going to the Netherlands. I would love to, but
Yeah.
definitely being in the United States. Of course, the US one is definitely more my locale.
Yeah.
But I would love to go. But of course, being a VTuber, I'm like, how does one do that? How
Yeah,
does one do that? I have to
I've
go in secret.
yeah, I've been really intrigued work when how it would work with that, because I know some VTubers are sort of go to those events and they go dressed as their VTuber, or like
Hmm.
they will like sort of just be like, okay, I'll take the risk and go, and people will find out probably, but I don't know. It's like it depends what people are comfortable with, and
Hmm.
it's like some VTubers I know are like just super comfortable revealing their IRL self, and some definitely not. And I think it's just up to personal preference. Like,
Yeah, so I have to figure that out if that's gonna be a thing or not, just
yeah,
because, I kind of like that whole idea of, kind of not that I don't want people to know me
yeah,
IRL, so to speak, but yeah, I like to keep the what is it? The immersion.
yeah. Keep the immersion and like keep the online persona. Like,
Yeah, I don't want to because I always feel like my mind was always it's like when someone reads a book and
yeah,
you have a mental picture of how you think a character is going to sound or look, and then
yeah,
they put a movie adaptation, you're like, "Oh no, that ruined my whole theory because that's not
yeah,
what I imagined them to be." Like I never want to break that. I don't want to break that for anyone, I want to
yeah,
allow them to envision me as they know of me and not
yeah,
disappoint them, I
yeah.
guess.
Like, I remember I was talking to some of my VTuber friends, and I sort of made I was like, I sort of was like going, oh, like, because some of my VTuber friends are in Europe, and I'm like, oh, maybe we could all meet up at TwitchCon. It would be interesting. Like, it'd be so
Yeah.
interesting, like, for all of us to meet up and like sort of get to know each other IRL for the first time, and like then we could all just like be at this TwitchCon event and be like just vibing the whole time, but
Yeah.
yeah, it just comes down to preference, because I think the weirdest thing would be like if if someone just happened to knew who you were, or like knew who I was, and just popped up and then was like there, and then they see these other VTubers in IRL, I'd be going, oh, like they might know who they are, like it'd just be so weird. It'd be the weirdest
I
sort
would get
of.
so scared.
I'd be just going like, oh, oh, okay. It would be so awkward. It would just,
See, I would get so scared. Like the whole idea, because I would love to go,
yeah,
especially going as my VTuber identity. But I feel
yeah,
like I wouldn't be able to go to anything VTuber related. Like if there was any type of panels or anything, for that fear of even
yeah,
if I went not dressed as myself, I was just going incognito. I'd get so scared that someone would recognize. Granted, I'm nobody in the grand scheme of VTubers at this
yeah.
point, but like I'd still get so scared that there'd be like one person be like, "Your voice sounds really familiar." I'd be like,
It'd
"No,
be
it
like,
doesn't.
oh,
What are you talking
I'd
about?"
be like, oh,
I get
no,
that a
no.
lot.
Yeah, I would be. It's like it'd be so strange. It's like, so it just I'd be like going, man, like I would love to do these things. I would love to like just meet up with my VTuber friends and just go to like cons or go to anime conventions or anything. And then it would just be like, okay, that just really depends on who's comfortable with what though.
Yeah, unfortunately at that point, because I
Yeah.
know there's some that show their in real life self, and that's kind of just like an alternate version. They're
Yeah.
fine with that immersion difference, but I don't know. Like
Yeah.
I definitely know there's so many like. Even to this day, I think there was a big thing after I forget which convention it was, but I know there was
Hmm.
a lot of people at this particular convention last year that were
Yeah.
dressed up as like Hololive, like EN girls, like
Oh
Callie
wow.
and all of them. And I know that there was one particular cosplayer who cosplayed as Calliope Mori, and she dressed perfectly, and she
Oh
sounded
wow.
just like her. And there was a video
Oh
that got shared
shit.
around on Twitter of this girl doing like this whole little thing. And I
Wow.
remember listening to it, and I'm like, even if that was her, I wouldn't really know because I have no idea what she looks like, nor would I know. Like, there's no way I'll ever
Yeah.
truly know if that may have been her or not. But even if it
Yeah.
was, I wouldn't care. But
Yeah.
man, there's so many people that could sound just like someone else. And it was just
Yeah.
crazy because for a while I genuinely thought it was her. I'm like, we'll go with
Yeah.
that little secretive thing, but all right, it's fine.
Yeah, it's so interesting. It's like just it's like I know it's really cool when I see like anime YouTubers or like just people in general, like they all just go to these cons and then they all meet for the first time at these cons, and it's just it's so wholesome, and
It is.
it's just like damn, like man, I wish I could have been there too. I wish I could have been big enough to be able to just hang with the big guys and just being like yeah, I'm with them. but but nah, it's
One day
one day we'll all get there, and then we'll just be like, oh, oh, people want us to go
we'll
to
get to that.
cons. It's like people want us to go to cons. People want us to go to events and get sponsored and stuff. Oh, okay.
The content creator dream to get that
Contact.
that email, that connection is like, hey, we like your content, we would love to sponsor you. I'm like, yeah, really?
Yeah,
Yeah, okay.
it's like I
That's
know.
how you know you've made it.
Yeah, I think there was one anime convention where the anime man was still living in Australia at the time, I think. And he ended up going to it. And I think I remember one time, oh, it might have been one convention, and I remember being there. And I heard about him being there, but I didn't really watch his content very closely at the time. But everyone was like waiting in line to get his signature. And I'm just like they're going, man, should I wait in this line too and go get a signature and all this? But like I just didn't, and I'm like, damn it, I could have had my chance to talk to the anime man.
Mhm.
Like
I know. And I actually didn't know. I forget which convention it was because I know there's a couple. They've actually come to the United States a couple times now with
yeah,
conventions. And
yeah,
of course I hear about it after the fact. I'm like, oh dang it.
yeah, I
No.
think I remember. I think there was one video he did, it was like Anime Expo or something,
Mm-hmm.
and and I was like, oh, he's gone to that, and like he was there at the time. I think one time with like Noble, Arky, and all of them, and I was like, man, that's so cool. Like, I was just like, I really just wish to meet all these guys because they just seem so cool, and I feel like I just fit the
Totally
vibe.
fun.
I hear Raid
Yeah.
Shadow Legends is always looking for new creators, lol.
No.
When Let Shadow Legends
No.
gets to you, you've made it on the internet. Uh, I've
No.
I actually like because I've got set up with like stream elements and stuff for my OBS stuff.
Yeah, you get those offers.
I get those offers for Raid Shadow Legends, and I'm just like, um,
I'm not
uh,
willing to sell my
I'm not,
soul just yet for that.
yeah, I'm not willing to do that yet. I'm just like, I feel like I don't feel like it'd be the game for me to play though. And I mean, hey, it sounds cool. And like, hey, first sponsor stream sounds really cool, but then I'm just like, no, it just doesn't fit me.
Yeah, like I'm just plus I don't want to be a meme because that's just at that point it's like, oh, Raid Shadow Legends. No.
Yeah, it's like this
No.
stream is sponsored by Raid Shadow Legends.
Like no.
It's
I'm
like
so tired of hearing about Raid. God.
yeah, I'm just
If I
like,
wanted to
god
play it,
damn
I
it.
would.
Yeah. Hmm. Yeah, I guess we could talk about games and animes and stuff. Like Haruka, you're a big meme
Big
already.
meme, apparently.
Oh
God,
man.
I hate you guys.
I think I'm more of a meme to people probably. Like it's like
You're a
me
wholesome meme.
wholesome memes. Like I remember one time I put up a tweet probably like about 6 or 8 months ago or something. And this tweet was like, oh, like I made like I done one of those like fake apology sort of things,
Oh
and
God.
and I was like, sorry guys, I it's like I've been exposed for being a big massive shrimp for VTubers, and everyone's just like. Everyone, and it's I'm just like, yeah, this will be funny, right? 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 This will be funny.
It'll be
Like
funny, everyone said. It'll be great, everyone said.
it'll be funny, everyone said, and then me entirely just going, no, this didn't work. This just didn't work. But it's like most people know I'm a massive VTuber shrimp to everyone. I just shrimp for VTubers.
Just gotta
I'm
be
like
that tier 3
Evaniso.
shrimp.
I'm like Evaniso. Like you just see him in like so many VTuber streams pop in there, and I'm just like, oh, yep, there's Evan again. There he is.
Aw.
It's like he's there. He's
Yeah,
support.
gotta be the tier 3 simp.
Yeah, and I think he just sort of goes with the joke. He's just like, yeah, I'm here. What do you expect? It's
But
just so
you're just supporting, there's nothing
yeah,
wrong with being a shrimp, Supporting
yeah,
is wonderful. I can
yeah,
definitely say that like I appreciate everyone who's consistent in my streams and in my Discord. Like I will never
yeah,
make fun of somebody for being a supportive person. I mean, I may tease, but at the same time, like
yeah,
there is nothing wrong with supporting content creators you care about.
yeah. It's like
Within reason, of course.
I remember I was this was probably one time I was me and Momo were like chatting or something, and it was so funny because like I saw on Twitter like she made like make a post on like where and everyone was just going, oh, she's shrimping, and I'm just like there, just like I put it into the comments as a joke. I just put with like the staring eyes, just like, oh, I thought you weren't a shrimp, and and then just like we're just staring off each other probably, and it's so funny, like just staring off. Who's the shrimp now? Like you can't call me a shrimp if you're a shrimp. But
I think it's so fun. Like when I see content creators, like I'm a big fan of like Nextaku, and I know a lot of people are
yeah,
very like on the fence about him as a creator.
yeah,
But like I always think it's so funny when he'll go into like certain people's streams where he is reviewing other VTubers and he's like, I'm not shrimping, I swear. And his chat's
yeah.
like, yes, you are. Just stop. Just
Yeah,
accept the
yeah,
shrimping.
I love that. I love that. It's like Nux's content is sometimes just so funny. I'm just there and I'm just like, yep, he's a big shrimp, but he's just like, oh, I'm totally not shrimping. Like, and he just plays the joke. It's just so good.
Hmm.
Uh,
Like
like
even those who, all of us are like that to someone.
yeah, it's like most people know I'm like that to Mo all the time. Just probably a big.
Hmm.
I'm just like the big shrimp. I'm just there and I'm just like always there and like just going with the jokes and just like yeah, I might as well just let the shrimp in me out, just let it be exposed and go, here I am. It's like you can take me
To
now.
so everyone knows like I will obnoxiously support like the especially people in my community if they're also VTubers. I will also obnoxiously support them and share their content. Like
Yeah,
I know Lucky and a couple others in our community that have like with their streams, I'll just like blast it everywhere. I'm like, that's
yeah,
fine if I look like a shrimp, that's fine. I'm supporting my peoples. It's what my job. It's what I gotta do. I
yeah,
don't care. I accept my spot with pride.
yeah,
Don't mock me.
yeah. It's like it's like this is one of the weirdest things I'm gonna probably sort of skew into. It still relates somewhat to VTubers, but it's like when it comes to like ASMR content, it's like I know some people, I know some people absolutely hate it, some love it, and I'm sort of on the fence. I'm kind of on the fence where I'm like I love it because I have sleep issues, so it makes so much sense for me, and I'm just like I started listening into ASMR probably during actually the lockdown last year here. I was I started listening to ASMR because like I found it good to like de-stress, and I found it good as a way to sleep better, and I actually managed to sleep better, which is interesting. But yeah, so it's like I kind of want to know what your thoughts on ASMR content are.
Everyone in the chat knows.
It's like, oh,
Like,
here we go.
going,
It's like, oh, here we go.
I'm like I'm that person. They all know. I actually don't know. I mean, most of the time ASMR content for me in the sense of watching and being a viewer,
Yeah,
it doesn't affect me. I'm kind of
yeah,
just like, okay, all right, whatevs. It
yeah,
does nothing for me personally, but I definitely know, as a VTuber, that's kind of become like a staple. Like if you're a VTuber, you either
yeah,
do it or you're like vehemently against it.
yeah,
But it's like something you have to have in your repertoire. But
yeah. It's
I
yeah,
don't know, honestly. Um, I I
yeah,
I definitely know I've had some people joke in my chat, and I have a redeem in my chat for ASMR. I myself, other than the one redemption I've had, I've never done it myself.
right.
Um, but I don't know, like, I'm always so hesitant to merge into that type of content, but I
Yeah,
so many people talk so positively of it, but I also know that it kind of veers into other not
yeah,
so say so
yeah,
realms
yeah,
real quick, and I'm like, "Ugh."
yeah. I mean,
I get real girly childish about it, and I'm like, I don't know."
yeah, like I've seen the many different skews that people have on ASMR, and like I've seen like some VTubers like can be still super say so when doing ASMR content, like they just have
Mhm.
certain ways about it, and then some I can see sort of just veer into the very like very spicy territory. I'm just like, oh, okay. I did not expect this for my ears to listen to. but but
I know, like, not
yeah.
a lot of people don't like it. A lot of people do not, and I
Yeah.
get that, and that's why I'm always so worried because 'cause I'm like, if I were to ever do it, like, I
Mm.
would not I mean, at least as of right now, who knows, maybe I'll change my mind later, but,
Yeah.
like, the whole, like, going into the full on with, like, sounds and,
Yeah.
like, all kind I don't know, getting into, like, the full-on spectacle of it, I don't know. I don't
Yeah.
think I would ever do any of that. Plus, I don't have nearly the equipment to do all of that. I just
Yeah.
have a normal microphone that is not really equipped for proper ASMR setup, so I
Yeah.
couldn't even do it even if they wanted me to.
Yeah, it's so interesting because like some I think veered into it and then their viewers really just solely came for the ASMR, and then when they sort of
Mhm.
were like, I want to stop doing it, they noticed like a drop off in viewership, and they noticed like people just weren't tuning in as much, and I'm just like, whoa, okay, these people must be adamant freaking ASMR sort of viewers. It just
Yeah.
it's like damn, like like
I've
I
thought about it, but I worry about that too, of like
yeah,
if you start to do that and then there's content creators who or there's people who view that content and they only want the ASMR and then they stop coming, but they
yeah,
only come back when you're doing ASMR. I'm like, "Oh
yeah. It's like,
no."
oh yeah, yeah. Hey, Mo's in the chat. How's it going, Mo? Yeah. So I'm just like, yeah, so it's so weird. Like, there's some particular games or content in general that people will just like go for, and they'll watch that person's solely for that sort of stuff. And then when they stop doing it, they just sort of stop watching you. And I feel it's like part of it's like kind of because you've got to try and win them over more and sell them on
Mhm.
like yourself to stick around. And then some of them are just like, nah, you're not doing that content anymore. I don't like you. I'm gonna go I'm gonna just not show up. And I'm just thinking, whoa, okay, like that's a little harsh. Like
Yeah. And there are those people and as a content creator, VTuber, whatever, have you. It's hard when you see people who may have been super active on your content when you were playing X game or doing X content, and then they just disappear because you're not doing that content anymore, and it hurts.
Yeah,
But like, it's just, those are the type of people that unfortunately that was really all they really wanted from your content, and you just kind of have to take those folks with a grain of salt. That they, not
yeah,
that they aren't good community members, but they, just not get hurt by it, because that's
yeah,
just how people are. And they may, I don't say they weren't worth your time, but
yeah,
they're just, those are the people that are just there for the fleeting moment, and to not let
yeah.
it bother you. But it does suck.
Yeah,
It
it's
does suck.
I think it's kind of like music a bit. It's like with music it's like because like some bands they'll sort of start off doing a particular thing you like say like because one of my favorite bands is Linkin Park. Like Linkin Park started off
Hmm.
doing like the new metal stuff and then they sort of went into the more like generic rock and then they done like electronic rock and all these other different things. And a lot of the like super OG like Hybrid Theory Meteora fans, they were just like, oh, they're not doing new metal anymore. The new stuff's terrible. And I'm just like, whoa, like, okay, chill, guys. Like, you can still like their content even if they're not doing that stuff. Like, you
Yeah.
can. It's like I like everything they did. I love everything that they
Yeah.
did.
A
And
great example of that was, like, people who were Metallica fans. If you ever listen to
oh yeah,
Metallica, like, diehard Metallica fans absolutely were like, I think there was a whole thing when they did, oh gosh, it was oh god, Saint Anger. Yeah, when Saint
hmm,
Anger came out, and people were like burning CDs, like, I'm never gonna listen to their content ever again. This was
man,
terrible. It's nothing like their content before. I'm like, okay,
yeah,
because they, not everyone's gonna have a hit every time, but you still liked all their content prior, didn't you? Like,
yeah.
you're just willing to toss them out because they just now make one thing that you didn't like. Like, come
Yeah,
on. Come
yeah.
on.
I remember when Linkin Park released their final album One More Light. I remember like everyone was going, "Oh, this is pop shit." And I'm just like,
I
"Bruh,
liked it. It was
I liked it. I
different.
liked it." Like and then I
Yeah.
remember I remember like Chester at the time was actually really really annoyed by it. Like he was like, man, like
Mhm.
he's like he was like actually kind of like giving like this sort of big sort of like F you sort of thing to these fans because he was just like, man, like it's like if you don't like it, just shut up. Like just shut up,
Yeah.
please. Like it's like they're just trying to do their thing and like that was probably the most I think sort of annoyed that people had seen Chester be by their own fans because and like I could understand it like it's like because not only did he go through a lot in his life like to see like people just trash the work that you tried to put in it just feels
Yeah.
so bad. It feels so bad. It's like
Yeah.
and it's like for me like I guess with streaming it's like I sort of always try and say to people like hey like if I have anything that I could change up with my streams to do better like hey give me the tips like give me the tips of what you want and I'll try my best to incorporate that in some way if it works and
Yeah, a lot of fans tend to forget, like in all mediums, whether it's content creation, artistry, whatever it is. I think a lot of times there's this thought that fans tend to have, that like
yeah
content creation is made for them, and if they don't like it, you need to change it. Like, well, no, the artist, content creator, whatever, is creating content with a percentage of it being for the fans and their community, but
yeah
at the same time, it's for them. If you
yeah
don't like it, they didn't really write it for you. They
yeah
wrote it because that's what they wanted to do. If you like it, cool. If you don't, then you can just move along. But
yeah
sometimes
yeah
they tend to get this in their head that, like, no, I want you to do this type of content. And if you don't do that content, then that means you're not cool to me anymore. And
yeah
it's like, oh, okay, well, sorry.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like when I first started streaming, I think some of the main game like I was playing Minecraft every single time I streamed because that was I was dedicated to that game, and like I just wanted to play it like just all the time. I had friends always join me in the game, and then eventually I just sort of started getting kind of annoyed at it because I was just like just playing it every single day, and it's like it
Mhm.
after a while it just gets so draining and kind of just gets boring, and I'm just like, man, like I've got to change this up. And at the time I was trying to stream every single day because I thought I don't want to miss any opportunities. I don't want to miss an
Yeah.
opportunity to get another viewer, get another person to watch my content and like it. And I ended up like in the first few weeks of my sort of streaming debut basically, I I just got so burned out. I was just like, man, I can't keep this up. Like I streamed at one point, I thought this was a lot for me. I was like six days straight streaming, like
Yeah.
just constantly just having a schedule streaming and trying to do 3 hours or more. And I was just like, man, I can't keep up with this. So I ended up trying to cut myself back and then rework my way back up to kind of get myself used to it. And
Yeah.
And then I started trying to incorporate other games. I started trying to play like Splatoon 2 and a few other games. And I was like, yeah, this is kind of working. Like I'm sort of getting on a gradual path. And then I look at how other people like, and this is the one thing I think that demotivates me a lot is like I look at how other people grow so quickly, and I'm just like,
Mhm.
I'm just thinking, what am I doing wrong here? Like, am I doing something wrong? Am I just not good enough? and and then I sort of after a while was like thinking to myself, man, I just shouldn't even look at that. I should just try and focus on and keep going with what I'm doing, and eventually maybe I'll start seeing what I want to see. Like,
Yeah, that is honestly so hard as just always
yeah,
wondering if what you're doing is, hindering you or if what you're not doing is hindering you. Like
yeah,
content creation is always there's always that large percentage of luck that there's
yeah,
nothing you can do to replicate and it's so frustrating because you're just like,
yeah,
but why wasn't I the one who was in that lucky draw? Like why did I not
yeah.
get that?
Like
But
I've
it's
seen,
hard.
yeah, like I've seen so many of my friends like as soon as they start streaming, they just start blowing up, and
Mhm.
I'm just like, as a person like like I don't, it's like I'm always grateful to them, I'm always happy that they're doing well, but then in the back of my mind I always have this sort of thing thinking, man, like I wish that was me. I wish I had the same sort of thing. What am I
Mhm.
doing, what am I doing this for? And then it's like a lot of I think that's why a lot of streamers sort of start just quitting after like a few weeks. They just go, "Oh, I'm not growing." And it's like I don't think necessarily you should look at it that sort of way and be like just focusing
Oh
on,
yeah.
like you shouldn't just focus on expecting growth right off the bat. Like I've been streaming
Especially
for,
not now.
yeah, I've been streaming for over a year, and this is where I'm at. And I'm like, hey, I'm happy with what I'm doing. I'm happy with the fact that I'm moving along. But there is always that part of me that's like thinking, man, what am I doing this for? But
Mm.
I try and keep that to the back of my mind, and I try and like sort of just keep moving at the pace I'm at, because I know people will eventually appreciate my content and people will eventually stick around for more of it. Like it's just a matter of winning
Yeah.
people over.
Yeah, and it's definitely in this I say this day and age, but definitely with content nowadays, with the level of expectation and what people can do, and like what VTubers and content creators have done
Yeah.
now, it's the bar is raised so high that it's just
Yeah.
there's so much that is expected. I always try to use streams or just things that maybe didn't hit the mark as much as I had hoped.
Yeah.
I always use those like I call it like I guess low ends, but like the stuff that I feel like should have been much better or I thought would do much
Hmm.
better and they didn't. I'll try to use that stuff as learning points. Like, okay,
Yeah.
what could I have done differently?
Yeah.
Because, kind of the competitive mindset I have with games is also how I am with like anything really I do. I always want to try to do the best I can. And when I don't
Yeah.
see results, I get frustrated.
Yeah.
But, I always try to keep that in my mind that I'm only going to grow as best as I can, but I'm
Yeah.
always going to want to do everything I can to give myself that advantage if I can,
Yeah.
if it's doable. I'm not going to beat myself up if I can't, because some
Yeah.
people just have different opportunities than I do. It's just
Yeah.
nothing I could do.
Yeah, it's like, and like I can say for myself, like one thing I've always wanted with like Twitch is like I've always been the type of person that like enjoys making content and enjoys creating sort of stuff. And at the same time, I've always said like, hey, it would be really cool if I could make it like my full-time sort of job or part-time job. That would be one of my goals in future, to make it like something that I can do and enjoy while also like making money off. But at the same time, I keep that thought of money like way down at the bottom end, because I'm like, I don't expect people to like financially back me or anything. I just expect people to enjoy the content, and if it's a hobby, it's a hobby. It's something that's just what it is. Like
Hmm.
that's the way I've sort of looked at it. And I because one of the biggest tips I could probably give for any streamer or any person trying to get into it is, don't go in with the sole intention of making money, because people will know that that's your first sort of priority, and not because you have a passion for it.
Yeah, that's why I always hate putting any type of like, I think a lot of times the chat will tease, like a lot of them started to see, I'll have like I have like a coffee account, and I have on
Yeah,
there just because I threw it on there. I want to, kind of make better content, and I would love
yeah,
to upgrade like my mic setup and stuff like that. But I
yeah,
don't put goal bars in my streams. I don't
yeah,
put like, oh, I have this for like, I don't want to ever make it feel like any of my viewers have to back me in any
yeah,
way to make my content better. Like if I get to that point, yeah, great. That means I can provide more and give back to more. But I don't want
yeah,
anyone to feel like they have to do more than just show up and enjoy my content.
yeah,
Like that's all I really
exactly.
want. If you
Yeah,
want to help me do more, then sure, but
yeah,
I'm not going to ever make people feel that way. And I always hate
yeah,
putting like, help me do this, help me do that. I'm like, well,
yeah,
no, that's not their job. It's
yeah,
my job to afford it. And if I can't, I have to do what I have to do to make it happen. If they want to help me, that's up to them.
yeah,
But I never want anyone to feel required to. But,
yeah.
I always get embarrassed by that type of thing.
Yeah,
'Cause it
it's
just
like,
makes it feel like I'm begging for money, and I'm not. I don't want
yeah.
that to be my model.
Yeah, it's like I have the same sort of mindset on that. I'm like, hey, like if you want to support me, that's great, but you don't have to. Like you don't have to go and donate to me. I'm not gonna like go ram it down people's throats and be like, hey, donate to like this thing or that thing, like so I can do this. It's like, or just
Subscribers, so
because.
I can do this.
Yeah, yeah, I'm just always like saying to people, hey, like if you want to, it's there, but if you're just coming by to watch the stream, that's perfectly fine. Like it's like the most I would probably say is like, hey, if you like my content, feel free to follow me. Feel free to follow my content and stick around. You might find something you like. But I don't sort of go any further than that.
Yeah, a lot of people don't realize that, that while that's helpful, a lot of times that type of stuff, you're not really the creator really doesn't get 100% of that, like for
Yeah,
subscribers on Twitch or
yeah,
whatever. There's always something taking a percentage out. Like honestly,
yeah,
the free way to help people is just share and promote their stuff.
yeah.
If you're on YouTube, like, and like they always say on YouTube, like and
Like and
subscribe,
subscribe. Yeah,
because they're both free options, but it helps them with the algorithm. It's a
yeah,
free way to help boost your favorite content creator so other people can see their content. But
yeah,
everyone always puts it like, oh, you have to financially support your favorite content creator to show that you care. I'm like, sure, if you want
yeah,
to, but there's so many free ways to help them that it's probably much more helpful in
yeah,
the long run, in the long scheme of things. But,
yeah.
as yeah, I always feel bad with that type of stuff. You know, but yeah, kind of going back to that, like there are some content creators that they don't even have to ask. It just kind of
It just
happens.
happens, yeah. And hey, like
And
that's
that's
cool.
cool.
Yeah. It
Yeah, you know what? They clearly have that connection with their community that's just what their community wants to do, and that's cool too.
yeah, it's like one thing like I hope like for myself is like I hope that I could build a community that is just a friendly community that loves like because the theme of like myself is like I'm always talking about cola drinks and stuff and the Team Cola podcast. It's like the cola became part of the theme because people know in real life I just drink a lot of cola. Like whether it's Pepsi or Coke or whatever. Like I just do that. So it's like so I just was like, hey, Team Cola podcast. I can call my supporters Team Cola because we're all Team Cola. Like we're all part of the same team.
Yeah,
So it's
exactly.
yeah.
I just wanna have people we're a big dysfunctional family. I want
Yeah.
them to be able to communicate with me how they feel comfortable. You know, I don't want to be held on like a pedestal like a lot of VTubers do, where it's like
Yeah.
you can't communicate with me. But at the same time, I know there's reasons why. Like for safety
Yeah.
reasons, a lot of bigger VTubers have that. Like I get it.
Yeah.
But like I always want to be friends with everybody. I want the community I have to be comfortable playing
Yeah.
games with me or talking with me,
Yeah.
but I don't want to make it uncomfortable for anyone. Like
Yeah.
everyone starts unearthing all of their vents and their issues,
Yeah.
but I want people to feel comfortable to like come if they're not having a good day. Don't feel like,
Yeah.
oh, I'm slightly down, I can't come here. Like, yes, you can. It's fine. It's fine.
Yeah. Like
I
hey,
will give
like
you grief, but it's fine.
yeah, it's like I know sometimes like I've had a few people come into my chat and they talk about like the most sort of serious sort of stuff and I'm just there and I'm reading it and like I'm like sort of just trying to go like, oh okay, like how do I respond to this? Do I just sort of go and sort of be like, hey, like things will be fine, or do I just go, hey, like if you want, like we can chat about this stuff off stream. Like I'm happy to do that. Like I'm happy to chat with people off stream about some people's problems as long as you're not going to be coming to me going like all the time
You're
going
gonna
like,
be their
hey,
therapist.
like I'm the therapist because I'm not a therapist. Like I'm more just a guy trying to bring content, and
I'm just a cat girl. What do I know? I know nothing other than basically what the internet tells me.
yeah. So it's like while people are welcome to like do like a bit of minor venting in my chat, like just don't overload it and just don't try and make it a therapy session. Like just like let me sort of be the guy who can be like kind of reassure you a little bit, but then sort of go back to enjoying the content and back to the game or whatever I'm doing. Like
Yeah,
it's like
gotta
I've
give
got
that safe space.
yeah, it's like I've got my Discord server and like I've got a section in there. Like if people want to vent in there, that's perfectly fine. Like we'll be there as a community to help out, but just don't vent too much. Like just keep the venting to a minimal and don't give us too much information.
Yeah,
Like
it always got to be safe about things because ultimately, I feel like the thing that a lot of people don't well may not be able to, which sucks, but
yeah,
they tend to rely on a content creator that they are close to or that they've grown attached to. Like I can
yeah,
help them. I'm like I would recommend you see someone who is much more
yeah,
attuned to this and much more equipped with this stuff, like actually seeing someone who can help them outside of this. Cause I'm like,
yeah,
I can only do so much.
yeah. Like
I
I've
only know so much. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's like I've always said to like my viewers and to people in like my friends, like, hey, I'm willing to listen to whatever you've got to say. Like if you feel like you can come to me to talk about something, but just know like I can only do so much. I can only give you so much advice, and it might not be the best advice. Like right off the bat, it might not be
Yeah,
the best advice, but just know like I'm willing to listen. Like I'm not gonna turn you away. Like
exactly. I'm
yeah,
kind of that unintentional depending on I guess how they view me, that sisterly mindset. I'm like, I will be there for you. I'll give you emotional lashings when you do something
yeah.
stupid, but I care about you, but I'm still gonna, give you grief about dumb mistakes. Like, why would you do that?
Yeah.
Stop
Yeah.
it.
Yeah. It's like it's like one thing I sort of worry about with some streamers or VTubers is I feel like some of them sort of try and do too much too quickly. It's like they try
Hmm.
and it's like, and I've seen it, and like I don't say this to bash on any of like my VTuber friends or streamer friends, but I sometimes think that people just kind of like they try and do too much in a short period. Like yeah, like they might be growing really well, they might be getting a community, but then they start sort of getting into the prospects of like wanting to say create merch or create a Patreon or do anything, and then they realize that not really many people like sort of latch onto it because
Yeah, it's too soon.
maybe they can't financially support or anything like that. And like, hey, I love the fact that they did those cool things. Like, I love the ideas. Like, but I sometimes feel like it's just a little too soon. It's like maybe you should have just like just wait for a little while, and like, and just keep the idea in mind for the right time. Like, don't try and
Yeah.
pull all your cards out at once, because everyone's gonna go feel overwhelmed and be like, oh, whoa, what is all this? Like, I and I remember seeing this with some of my VTuber friends, and I'm like, hey, I support you. I support what you're trying to do. I love your ideas. But sometimes I feel that you're just jumping the gun a little too quickly. Like,
Yeah, it's hard when
and
you
it's
get
it's
really
hard.
excited with an idea and it sounds really great and things are going well. You're like, yeah, let's go in. We're gonna go full force, and then you start to think about it, and you're like, maybe I should have just waited. But
Yeah,
it's hard. Like I
it's very
totally get
hard.
that.
Like, I've made the same mistakes. Like, one thing I wanted to do was create a Patreon because I wanted to start doing like some content like exclusive that I wouldn't be allowed to do,
Same.
because I knew I wouldn't be allowed to do it. I would like YouTube probably wouldn't let me, and Twitch probably wouldn't let me with some content and certain games. So I wanted to like do this idea of creating some videos that would be like more game themed that I can't play on stream because it'd just be a little bit too spicy in some areas. And I'm just like, and then I could be a little bit more like off the cuff, unfiltered, and just kind of be more personal. But then I was like, oh wait, like who's gonna actually come to this though right now? Who's actually gonna be able
Yeah.
to do this? So I was like,
Yeah.
oh, okay, maybe I should just wait for a little while longer and just kind of wait until I grow my base more as a community, and then see if it's a good idea.
Yeah, I've had the same thing, and that's like I've created some things, and I've started kind of going into that. And those who are in my Discord have known I've started kind of going towards that, but not so much in the Patreon realm
Yeah,
because that obviously for people who already support me in other forms, I always
yeah,
feel that's one more thing they have to financially try to like. There's I don't want to
yeah,
put stuff behind so many different variables and different paywalls, but like
yeah,
because kind of we were talking about earlier with like the ASMR stuff, like it's not
yeah,
something that I don't know, like I'm way too awkward to do it on a regular basis. But
yeah,
there's such a demand for it that I've
yeah,
genuinely thought in my mind, like, okay, well, I don't know if I'm like, would people even pay for content like that? Like, is that too
yeah,
weird? So I haven't
yeah,
I've thought about it, but I haven't like gone that realm yet because I'm like, I don't know yet. Let me wait and see how things pan out. If there
yeah,
seems to be more of a strong interest, maybe we'll go that route. But
yeah,
yeah, like I there's a lot of times you really have to plan for a while for a lot of
yeah,
that stuff. But some people are just great at that. Some people can just bust out a bunch of different things. They start growing really fast and they're just able to do that. But that's
yeah,
not a lot of people.
yeah.
Like that's not a common thing.
Yeah, it's like I know, like it's like even if it was just one person supporting me doing that sort of content idea, I'd be like, hey, that's awesome. But I would be like, I want to make this available for a lot more people to be able to take it on board. I don't want to just let just one viewer get that sort of privileged to watch that sort of content.
Exclusivity deal.
Like, I would want like more of my community to be allowed to do that. So like if I had, let's just say 20,000 people or something, I would be like, hey, like if 5,000 or 10,000 got to be able to do that, I would be like, that's awesome. That's amazing. Like, because then I feel like I'm still providing extra content and I'm still providing it to enough people to enjoy it. But it's like with like being a small streamer or VTuber or anything, I feel like offering that sort of stuff too early would just be quite overwhelming for a lot of people and would probably be kind of like seen as more as like a cash grab.
Yeah. There's like too many opportunities for like, are you just doing it for the financial? I mean, I don't blame them though. Can't blame
Yeah.
you.
Yeah.
You know, if you can monetize it, I don't blame you. But
Yeah.
yeah, it could always be viewed as kind of
Yeah. It can be viewed quite negatively, and that's the worrying thing. Like, I don't want people to view streamers or VTubers or anyone negatively just because they're trying to do all these cool ideas. Like, it's like I want people to be able to have enough people on board to support that sort of stuff because there's a lot of cool stuff you can get out of it. But it's like you got to remember at the end of the day, like your viewers necessarily won't necessarily have that financial sort of willingness to be able to just set aside other things just to support a streamer or VTuber when they feel they're already doing enough at the moment, following and watching your content and sharing it and stuff.
Exactly.
So
Yeah, it's always hard, but I'm always impressed by those content creators who can do all those different avenues of
yeah,
financial monetization, and their fans are like, "Yes, I don't
yeah,
care." And I'm like, "Damn, you
yeah,
do you, man. Heck
yeah.
yeah, I get it."
Yeah, I remember like I've seen some like VTubers and I go into their stream and like some of them like sort of spoke to in chat and interacted with, and then like I just see like someone whip out like $100 donation. I'm just like, what?
Like,
Huh?
"What?"
Like, hello? And then someone gifting like 100 subs, and I'm just like, "Huh? How?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
And like
It it it
I've seen
blows
this
my
with some of
mind.
the I've seen this with some of the smaller like creators too, like some that like don't even have 1,000 followers on Twitch, and I'm just like someone's whipping out 50 subs or 100 subs, and I'm just like, whoa, what? Like,
I'm not calling out anyone in my community out because they know who I'm talking about. They're in there. They know who I'm talking about. I give them shit because I don't want any of them to do anything like that because I always get worried that people tend to forget their finances and get a little
yeah,
too frivolous
I've
with support.
seen
And I'm like,
that.
stop it.
Yeah,
Stop it.
yeah. I remember
I worry.
one stream I did, and this is probably the only stream where I've really seen this. And like I had like 10 or 12 viewers, and I had probably 7 or 8 of them suddenly like whip out like donations and all of varying sort of sizes. And I was just like, huh? I don't normally get very many donations or anything at all. And I'm just like, guys, what?
Feeling.
I'm just like, what are you doing? Like, I don't get this. And like, I ended up sort of, I ended the stream, and this was when I reached 100 followers. Like, I reached 100 followers during that stream, and I was just like, I was just so emotional. I was just like, huh? Like, you got me to
Yeah,
100 followers, you donated, and
it's nice.
it was so nice. And then I'm just like looking and I'm like, wait, what? You guys donated me like all up $50? What?
It's always nice to know. Obviously, it's never required, but like it's always nice when your community feels like they decide that their extra funds or whatever they want to do,
Yeah.
they're like here. They
Yeah.
care enough to do that. It's always nice to
Yeah.
just have that like that feeling. You're like, oh,
Yeah.
stop,
Yeah.
no,
I was just like
why are you doing
I
this?
was just like thinking like, guys, stop. what are you doing? Like you're just making me like so anxious and nervous and just like huh? I'm
Yeah,
like, and I just couldn't speak. I'm like, what is going on?
it's a sweet moment, but I still smack them when they do it. I'm like, stop it,
It's like
stop it,
stop. It's like
stop
just
it.
stop it now. It's
Like, I
like
swear to God,
it's like I
I
swear I
wish I could
swear
turn it off.
it's like I swear chat. If you guys try and do this right now, I'm gonna just be like, what the hell? I'm gonna be
I'm
like,
just gonna
what?
end my stream.
I'm just
Don't
gonna end
donate a
stream.
single dollar.
I'm gonna end stream and I'm just gonna be like, nah, can't do this. All right, guys, I'm out of here. Like this podcast is
It's
over.
because I mean, at the same time, I mean, any content creator is always appreciative of any type of financial donation, of
Yeah.
course. And I know a lot of people get confused, like, why are you getting embarrassed with like a donation or a subscriber train or something? It's like, because it's just, I don't know. It's just
Yeah.
one of those things where it's like someone who randomly gives you a compliment out of nowhere. You just don't know what to say. You're
Yeah.
just like,
It's
I mean, thank you, but what am I?
it's
Okay,
yeah,
thank you, and I guess
it's the
you just
same sort of
move
thing.
on.
Like it's like whenever my friends whenever I sort of drive them around anywhere and like sometimes I'm like, yeah, okay, well they'll say to me, oh yeah, they'll pay petrol money. I'm like, okay, that's fine. Like but you don't have to if it's only a short distance. And they're like, oh no, I'm still gonna do it. And I'm just like, why? and then and then like suddenly some of my friends they whip out like give me like 20 or 30 bucks for petrol. I'm just like, hey, I'm just like, I don't need that. I don't need that. Like, and they're like, no, take it. I'm like, no way, I can't take that. That's too much. That's way too much. Like, and they're just like, nah. And I'm like, fine, fine, I'll give in. But I'm just like, I can't keep doing this. I can't keep doing
Also,
this.
I'm gonna say something completely random, but because
Yeah,
I'm such a weeb American, I'm like,
yeah,
I think it's so funny that everybody else except for us calls gas petrol or
yeah,
something else, and I'm just used to calling it gas.
yeah,
Anytime I hear someone use like diesel or petrol, I'm like,
yeah.
what? Oh, right, gas, right. I'm like, what are you guys talking about?
Yeah,
It always
yeah.
throws me off. I have to remember that we're not the only ones who use a different term for gas.
It's
It's
like
so
the
great.
one thing I've always noticed about the US is like it's like gas or petrol money or gas is like it's so much cheaper over there than here. What the hell is going on?
Is
Like
it
why?
really?
Yeah,
Is it really?
yeah. Like
Oh,
here it's
wow.
so expensive. It's like to get I think at the moment the petrol prices are set to go up even further and it's bloody crazy. Like I think
God.
like here it's probably if on average most people probably spend like $1.50 per liter of petrol. It's I don't know
Oh
what
God. I'm
the
such an American right now. My brain's like, liters? What are liters? Conversion?
yeah, it's
What is
like
a liter?
someone convert that. Someone convert that, please. Uh,
I'm like thinking, like, what is that in gallons? I don't
yeah,
know. Because I'm
yeah,
so used to playing like, oh, it's like $2 a gallon. I'm like, okay, yeah. And then I hear people talk about liters and all that stuff. I'm like, I don't know how much that is. I
yeah,
feel so
cause
stupid.
yeah, cause like I remember like I was looking at and like I'm just thinking like guys like why is it so much cheaper over there? What's the deal? Like why are we spending so much? But it's like I don't know. It's just so strange. Like it seems like for us like everything is like so much. Oh wow, 1 liter is like 0.26 gallons, really?
Because
Wow.
I'll say over here in the United States, depending on where you're at, I think
Yeah.
most places it's about $3 or more per gallon, I
Right.
believe, which of course I don't know how much that would be for
Liters
like
per
another country
gallon.
that obviously doesn't use gallons for anything.
Yeah.
But it's and that's like a lot compared to what I guess we used to pay, but even then I don't use diesel. I just use normal.
Yeah.
I'm of course God, I'm such an American. I'm like, I don't know what's the difference between diesel. But
Yeah.
I use whatever is like the average for like an American vehicle that's automatic.
Yeah, and it's
4
it's
liters is about 1.05669 Oh God.
wow,
Okay.
wow.
Good lord.
It's like, yeah, it's like so if you're paying like, yeah, so you're probably paying on average like maybe, so if you're paying $3 for a gallon,
Give or take, yeah.
yeah, it's probably about, it's like probably about under $1 per liter. Like that's
Good
just
gracious.
rough guess. And I'm just like, man, like
Yeah.
it's like for a liter here, it's like $1.50, or it's like up to $1.80 at the moment for a, and I'm just like,
Oh,
phew,
man.
like it's so expensive. Like anytime like I want to fill up from like half a tank, it's like at close to $70-$80. And I'm just like, and I'm just like dying inside, just going, man, like why is it so expensive? It's like killing me. And then
That's so
like
much.
it is. Like if you're
Oh my
filling it from
god.
like half a tank of petrol, it's crazy expensive. And in New Zealand that's even worse. Like even back when I went to New Zealand in 2016, it was, or 20, probably that 2016, 2015, it was like around the same price it is now, but over there back then. And I'm like, geez, like how did these people live? Like it's like,
Yeah, because I think for us, depending on where you're at, of course,
yeah,
I think usually for my vehicle, because mine's kind of like energy efficient-ish, kind of,
yeah.
sort of, it maybe takes me like 30, maybe $30 to get a full tank, maybe 30, 40 if I really push it all the way, maybe like 35. But
Yeah.
God, thinking of paying more than like $40 for a full tank, that hurts my
Oh,
soul.
it hurt my soul like when because I remember like petrol prices for a while here actually dropped down to be pretty cheap at one point, and it was like maybe just over $1 a liter, like, or $1.20 a liter, and I was like, hey, that's pretty average, that's pretty decent for us. But then, and petrol, like if I was going from like a quarter of a tank was like only $30, and I was like, yep, this is good. This is good. I only have to fill up once a week. That's all right. And then once it started going up, going up, going up, I'm like, oh no. Oh no. Like, and I was driving like 40 minutes well, 40 minutes every morning. So I was like,
Oh no.
so I was doing over an hour of driving every day, and I got to like quarter of a tank at the after a week, and that was pretty good. And then it just sort of, once it started going up, I was like, man, this is just getting so difficult. Like just having to pay $50-$60 like every week, and like even then I didn't earn great money in my last job. I didn't earn the best money, so it was like eating up so much of my finances. But
Yeah. Ooh.
that's one of the biggest problems with Australia. It's like Australia is a great country to live in because you get a high standard of living, but it's more expensive than the US.
Oh yeah.
Like if we went to the US, like the first thing I would notice probably is probably the wages being a bit lower, but then the prices of living being cheaper, and I'd be like, "Oh, this isn't too bad. I could come here
Well,
and."
see, the thing with the United States though, you have to pay the sanity tax. It's the sanity tax that you don't realize you're paying until
Oh
you
God.
live here and you're like, "Oh God, can
Yeah.
I leave? Can I leave this planet, please?"
Yeah, because
The
it's like,
things that go down in the United States, we'd be
uh
nuts sometimes. I get a little
yeah.
scared.
Yeah, it's like I think Australia has a little bit of that in some places, this whole sanity tax sort of thing. But
Y'all got, like, the crazy animals, though, that scared the crap out of me, though. Y'all got
yeah.
animals that could murder me.
Yeah, this is one story I've told a few of my friends. Like one time I went into work because like everyone knows Australia's got spiders. Everyone knows that. But we tend to deal with them pretty well. Like it's like you won't find many that are out to actually kill you. But it's like one time I walked into the office at my previous job, and I just walked in there and I saw sitting on the printer this big as spider, like probably one of the biggest I've ever seen. And it was a thick boy. It was a thick spider, and I'm just like standing there looking at it, going, "I'm just gonna leave you there. I'm not gonna touch you. You can just
Leave! I'll leave!
like I'm not gonna get in your way. You're just gonna sit there and be chill." And so I went about my business. My IT manager, he comes in and he sees the same spider just standing there and sitting there, and he's just like, "Did you see that thing?" I'm like, "Yeah, I'm not touching that thing." So I ended up getting a broom. He ended up getting a broom,
Big was
and
it though? Like, how big are we
oh,
talking though? Because my mind's
um,
thinking like, Dark Souls, like big old big boy.
let's say, if I could put it into perspective, like,
Like, is it as big as a cat?
oh no. So
Okay.
okay, so
Ooh, thank God.
probably about the same sort of width as this glass, probably.
Oh, still. Oh
Freaking
God,
big,
no.
freaking big,
Ooh,
and its legs were thick legs,
ooh.
and I'm just thick chubby legs, and I'm just like, oh god. But then so he gets a broom, and he thinks, oh, maybe it's dead, like maybe we could just sweep it out. And the moment he tapped the thing, it started crawling around and it went onto the floor, and I'm just going, oh shit. I got up on my chair. I'm like, nope. So then
No.
he squashes well, I think he grabs the thing. I don't think he squashed it. He grabbed it and he chucked it outside. So chucked it back out in the wilderness. And I'm just like, oh god.
Brave
Jesus.
man. Brave man.
Brave man. Like, hey, I'm
I would
okay
have
with
never touched it.
like killing little bugs and stuff. Like, I'm okay with that. But killing a spider like that, phew, or even just taking a spider out like that out to somewhere else, I'm just like, nope, not touching that. No, that's
See that
off limits for me.
spider, it now owns the building. I
Yeah,
no longer have access to this building. Set it on fire. It is no
yeah,
longer. It now belongs to the spider.
yeah. Like, but there is a lot of misconceptions that some people do have when it comes to Australia. Like, they think that there's just creepy crawlies everywhere out to kill you all the time, 24/7, and it's not true. It's like, you might on the rare occasion come across something like a spider like that, but it's very rare. And usually, they're not out to kill you. Like, they're just there to chill and vibe most of the time. Like, they're just there to just sort of chill, stand there and go, yeah, I'm here. Like, I had one
I'm doing my
spider.
spider things.
I had one spider one time in my room, just like sort of like just sitting up on the ceiling, just chilling about its day, and I'm just like, okay, I'm leaving you there. Just don't come near me. It's all good.
I can't do that, man. I'm way too freaked out by spiders. I'm like, this is my domain. You did not ask permission to come into my home. How dare you?
It's like,
Living in my room rent free. Get out of here.
it's like the solution. Just get yourself an Australian. They'll probably come in and they'll go like, okay, yep, we can handle that.
It's like, I'm thinking everything is monstrous size because everyone makes it sound like there's these spiders that are like as big as dogs
Oh
and like
god.
all kinds of weird stuff. And I'm like, what? Killer spiders? What is going on in
Nah.
Australia? What are they
Nah.
feeding the wilderness? Tell them
Nah.
to stop.
I remember one time, because I was Haruka needs a witcher.
I'm a witcher because my god, it's like,
Like,
there's so many creatures.
oh,
No, thank
one
you.
time, like, I was probably about 4 years old, and this was how dangerous I was as a 4-year-old. I was like just chilling, playing outside, and then I come across a redback spider. So this is the poisonous ones. This is where you get to the serious territory a bit. Like, it's like I was just chilling and playing with this redback spider, and then I took it over to my parents. And I was like, hey, this is my new friend. And they're like, oh no, that's not your friend.
Oh no, it is not.
And actually it actually bit me. It bit me, and it's poisonous. It bit me, but this was the weird thing. So I was lucky. I was so lucky because it bit me on my thumbnail. It actually missed my skin.
Oh,
So no poisoning for me. But
lucky.
I was lucky. But you do come across redbacks on a rare occasion some points, but it's very rare now, I find. At least where I am living. It's very rare to find like spiders like just randomly like at your door sort of thing. But then there was a funny story I read. It was an article, and apparently some of these trade ships, like they went like these cargo ships, they went around some Australian cargo ships, they had redback spiders apparently on them. And
God.
and they went to Japan, and then apparently Tokyo got infested with redback spiders. Thanks cargo ship for bringing redback spiders to Japan.
Oh God, I don't even. Oh, I hate spiders so much. Like I just. Oh, I don't even like
Uh,
the baby ones, the small ones. Oh God,
oh god,
no,
yeah.
no.
And
All of them.
and this is another piece of wildlife that can be a bit crazy. One of the biggest memes here is we have magpies, and these magpies are like black and white sort of looking, and everyone makes the meme swooping season because around like the springtime is when they're having their babies and stuff, and
Mm.
they get very sort of like primal, and they're just very defensive of their young ones. So
Yeah, protecting their babies.
so a lot of people on bikes especially would get targeted by these magpies. They'll come swooping down ready to like just peck at you.
Oh jeez.
They can get pretty ferocious. Although I've been pretty tame with most of them. I've like some of them we've fed, and they just like can be either friendly to humans or like your worst enemy.
Oh, wonderful.
So for a while we were feeding them, and they brought their babies down as well to get fed. And then
Aw.
so it was quite nice. Like at one point we had like 5 magpies that would all just come down to get fed. And then one of them would attack one of the other ones.
Oh
Which
jeez.
so it got a bit crazy. But then we started to stop feeding them because they just got very annoying to feed. And then last year during the lockdown, when I was actually going out trying to just get some kind of exercise to get out, I ended up just walking around one of the parks in my area, and I got swooped by one for the first time.
Oh jeez.
And I was just like going, "Oh shit!" Like, and I was doing an Instagram live when I was like sort of walking around, and so on camera, I caught this magpie just trying to come after me and swoop me, and I ducked and like just tried to defend myself, being like, I was just thinking, "Yo, magpie, what are you doing?" Like, I'm
Punch the
literally,
magpie in the face.
oh god, and
Just like,
so
not today, Satan.
not
No.
today. But I just like was like, okay, the only thing I can do is just run as far away from there as possible, otherwise I'm gonna get swooped constantly. So I ran away, and then I was like, okay, I'm safe now. And then a few weeks later I was like, okay, I'll try and go out again, surely it's not swooping season now. And then bam, got swooped by another one. But this time, not near the park area near my place, just down the street from me.
Oh, okay, I was gonna say, just don't go to that park, because clearly that bird owns that park now.
But
You
no,
are not welcome in that park.
but no, it was like just right down, just the next street from me. I was just walking about my business, and this magpie is like, "Nah, I don't like you." Swoop.
Nah, fool, I don't like you're in the wrong neighborhood, bro.
It's like, you're in the wrong neighborhood, and I'm just like, far out. How can I go out and exercise if I'm going to get swooped by magpies like on a daily basis?
The birds they want
They
to
just
let you know
so
who's boss.
yeah. It's like, and like, hey, they can be the boss if they want, but like, just don't swoop me. Like, I'm trying to be your friend, and you just want to swoop me.
Mm-hmm.
But so
Yeah, it's easy to
so
stay
after a
away
while,
from there.
I just gave up. I just like, nah, can't go out and exercise. I'm gonna get swooped by a magpie. So I ended up just so I was like, well, I might as well just sit back and just let myself decay in lockdown.
See, this is just all adding up to where it's not even so much that Australia has nature that can kill you. It's not that. I think at
Yeah.
this point, it's come to the idea that it's just if you can handle Australian nature, you can handle any nature. If
Yeah.
you can stick it out and you can survive with the nature and the flora and the fauna that
Uh,
Australia has, you're a badass. You can deal with it.
yeah. It's like usually I'm pretty good with magpies most of the time, aside from the one or two that have swooped me. But it's like usually they're very friendly with me. But and my friends used to like sort of nickname me the Magpie Whisperer because I was just able to tame them.
God,
Like
you
I
were
remember
the bird man.
like I remember one time I was like sort of doing some study, and I was because I was studying a course, and some of my friends were with me because they were studying the same course, and we were all having lunch, and then this magpie comes down and just standing chill and being chill, and then I said to them, "Hey, I'll show you how to tame this magpie." So then so then I just like got some food for it. I then just chucked some food to it, and it literally was eating it, no problem. And then I chucked one like right near my feet, basically where I was sitting. And I said, "It'll come up and it'll take it," and it did.
Nice.
And they were just like kind of going, "What? How?" Like
Bored
how did you
whisperer.
tame this magpie that bloody goes out and kills people? and and I'm just
That's
like,
like me with cats.
yeah, it's like I'm just like that. Just it just depends. If they feel safe around you, they will literally just be the chill around you. If they don't feel safe, they're going to attack you.
They will let you know
They will
that
let
you
you
are
know.
not welcome here.
Yeah, and magpies are very not just vocal ones to let it be known that they don't like you, but they'll be ferocious and attack you. But
Wonderful.
yeah, it's crazy because like it's like there is a lot of like misconceptions about Australian wildlife, but there's also some smidgets of truth to it, depending on the situation and depending where you live. Like,
So I assume not everybody's getting into fist fights with kangaroos and dingoes and
nah,
everything.
nah. No, like we used to like where I live. There used to be before they added housing in some of the other areas around here. There used to be actually a full-on reserve with kangaroos,
Aw,
and now it's like only a
wonderful.
small portion. I think, but there's still the odd kangaroo that you'll eventually come across, and sometimes if you're lucky, there's one odd day, very rare for it to happen, where you'll actually see a kangaroo like just sort of in someone's street,
Oh God.
but it's very rare to come across.
I'd
But
actually be scared to come across a
oh yeah,
kangaroo, actually. I'd be very
yeah,
scared. They look so
yeah,
cute, but no
yeah,
God, I don't want to get pummeled.
yeah. Like when my mum was like driving to one of her workplaces, like where she used to work at, like she used to drive along, and then sometimes in the mornings, one thing you'd have to worry about is kangaroos because at this certain road, like kangaroos would actually sometimes get in the way of the road, and
Wonderful.
and so the only thing you could do is literally just stop and just wait for it. Otherwise, it's just gonna. Otherwise, if you like sort of, I guess, kind of annoy it, it might sort of just start looking at you, going like, "What are you doing? I'm gonna like just. I'm gonna beat you up if you bloody if you stop me."
Then they start coming for you. They'll
like
take notice of you and
like
JoJo you.
they'll take notice and they'll just get ready to like probably hit your car basically. But in most cases people are just advised like just sort of sit there, wait for it, and just let it go. Otherwise it will legit just be frightened by you basically. So
Yeah. See, they
so
would tower over me. I feel like most of them are really tall. But then again, I think everything seems tall to me. I don't know, but they seem like they
uh,
would be pretty tall, but I don't know.
yeah, it's like there's some wildlife out there that's so nice. Like I actually do have a photo of one reserve I went to, which is right near one of my friends' places. And we were walking in this reserve, and there's kangaroos and everything in this reserve. You're just walking in the open, basically. And
Aw.
and in the distance, we saw like probably 4 or 5 kangaroos. And I'm just like looking over there, and I'm just like, oh, I would love to go closer, but they might get frightened by us, and they might feel threatened. So we're just like, okay, we keep our distance. We can look at them, no issue. Just as long as they don't try and start running up to us or anything.
Yeah, please no. I no. I would
But
cower in fear.
yeah, but I do have this photo, and I'll send it to you because it's like, it's a cool photo, and it's like you
Oh, I
just
don't think
you
we see these
see it's
animals
like it
here.
looks like a normal background, but then you just see in the distance like these little heads for kangaroos.
The only kangaroos I've seen are in zoos, and I'm just like, "Oh, they're so cute." And then I like read about them. I'm like, "Oh god, they are aggressive. Never mind." Just
Yeah.
kidding. I will stay away from them.
Yeah, like some of them are good, and then some of them like could be a bit ferocious, but the ones in the zoos at least tend to be much more tame, and most of them tend to like people, I think. So
Probably get used to us.
yeah, they just go, oh yeah, humans. That's fine.
Yeah, we see y'all every day. We know.
Yeah, but there's just like so much crazy wildlife, but it's cool though. And then you just read up on some of them, and you're like, oh god, are they gonna like just go and attack us or what? but
Yeah.
but like there's still so many areas like I haven't explored here in Australia. Like I've just been stuck in either my state or Queensland. So it's like, and Queensland's just known for being like the more touristy destination of beaches and stuff. But there's like so many beaches here. It's just crazy. There's like you could probably go like 20 minutes like down the road in Sydney sort of thing, and you'll probably be at another beach. Like
Oh,
but whereas where I am, I'm like an hour out from Sydney. I'm like an hour out west and like right near mountains and stuff. So
wow.
yeah. So it's like you got to drive an hour to get to Sydney, and then you can finally get a beach. but
Oh goodness.
but there's still lots of good stuff to do even in my area. It's just most people sort of look at my area and go, "Ah, because the Western Sydney sort of area has like a bad name for most
Oh
people."
jeez.
Because the only areas they know of are like areas where there's just lots of crime and stuff. And then my area is like one of the good areas, and everyone's like, "Oh, we feel sorry for you living in Western Sydney." I'm just like, What?" I'm like, "What?" Like it's like you don't know. It's like you don't know that Western Sydney comprises of so many different areas. It's not just these particular areas that you know of that are the bad ones. It's but yeah, it's like my sort of area has a football team. My area like well like a rugby team because like we call like footy NRL and other things. There's so much different sports here, but it's like my area is known for having a footy team. My area is known for like having being probably one of the fastest growing areas in Western Sydney. So like traffic is gonna soon become a big issue probably.
Yeah.
and then and then you go further up like the mountain sort of area, and you come across like that's probably one of the only areas that gets snow in the winter. So it's like, because other than that, it's like everyone just knows my area is just boiling hot in the summer. It's literally it's a valley. It's literally just it just gets so boiling hot.
Oof, that would
Like
not be enjoyable.
it's
I
like
don't like heat.
I remember when everyone was talking about the bushfires in Australia back in 2019.
Yeah.
It's like that was all happening in my area. Lovely.
Yeah, I
we
remember all of
Yeah,
that. It was
because
ridiculous.
our area was basically known, like everyone just calls our area like a ring of fire. Basically, every area around it, like because it's all reserves and nature and stuff, literally just will engulf flames right around all of Sydney and the greater Sydney area. And
Mm-hmm.
I remember one day I was going into work and it was the smoke alarms went off because there was so much smoke in the area.
Oh, jeez.
Like, even though it was like we're not right near the bushfires, like there was just so much smoke in the air that literally it was boiling hot, hard to breathe, and smoke alarms going off everywhere in the area.
I
Like
couldn't. No.
it was like,
Mm-mm.
and we reached up to, I think the record temperature we've reached in my area was 49 degrees Celsius.
Oh God. Oh wait.
So that's
I'm like, oh
120.
God. I'm like, okay. I was like, Fahrenheit. Let me convert.
Yeah, that was 120 degrees.
Oh, fuck that. No, thank you.
Yeah, that's my area at its worst hottest temperature. Like
Ugh, no thanks. Ugh.
like that's why everyone just retreats inside to an air conditioner. It's like
Yeah, if I could
okay.
have air conditioning. Ugh.
It's like okay, everyone. Just stay inside. Don't go outside.
Yeah.
Like it's like if you're going to a beach in this weather, you're freaking mad. I'm
Mm-mm.
like the road is literally boiling. Like if you put your feet on that freaking tar seal road, you would bloody die.
No, thank you.
So it's like at least this year, surprisingly, in the summer, it's been not too bad actually. It's been like we still get into like the 30s, so probably still like I'm guessing 100 or something. I don't know what that is, but we still get into the 30s. But 30s for us is because we're sort of gotten used to it living in the country.
Mhm.
We're kind of like okay, that's pretty. It's still hot, but it's not like you're gonna completely die. Like it's not like we sort of laugh at we tend to laugh at British people or like people in the UK complaining about like 27 degrees because we're just like, what, you're boiling at 27? That's like comfortable for us.
Jeez,
Like,
that's like in the United States, like people
yeah,
who live in like southern states and they're dealing with like quote unquote cold weather and it's like 20, 30 degrees Fahrenheit. And then
yeah,
people who live up north who are in like negative degrees because it's snowing, they're like,
oh
oh,
yeah,
that's like summer weather. It's like
yeah,
there's always the competition of like what's cold.
yeah. 30 is 86 Fahrenheit. Okay. Yeah. So like 80s and 90s is probably what you'll come across most of the time in the summer. Which
Yeah,
is
that's not that bad.
which is
That's
pretty okay. Unless you're getting into like the high 90s. It's like, okay, this is terrible now. But
yeah.
it's like in the winter, the lowest you'll probably get in my area is probably like maybe at least at night you'll drop down to like 2 degrees. But
Oof.
it's like it's nighttime, so you don't really feel it because you're most of the time asleep. But then in the day, in the winter, you might get like 15, 18 degrees. So it's like it's it's relatively comfortable most of the time. But I freeze at 15. I'm like, far out, this is cold.
Mm-hmm.
And then
Yeah,
everyone else is like, no, that's comfortable. And I'm like, that's jacket weather. I'm like, yeah, it's jacket weather, but it's freaking cold.
Also,
Like,
I'm not gonna lie, I had to Google the fairy bread thing because it's just
oh
been
yeah,
has
yeah,
been like, and I was like, I need to see what this looks like,
yeah,
and I feel like I really need to have this now.
yeah. It's like
Just for the
just
colors alone.
it's like create the maid cafe that you desire and then have fairy bread.
I love it. It's so cute. Like I looked, I Googled it. I'm like, oh my god, I want this just because of how it looks.
It's
I
like
don't even care.
create the maid cafe you desire and just call it the Australian special, just fairy bread,
Yeah.
and everyone would just be
That
like,
was so good.
"Yeah,
Oh
it'd
my
just be
god, I
so
want it
good."
so bad. But see, but now it's brought up to my attention because now I've got to ask because I don't know what this is. But of
Yeah.
course, I hear about it, but I don't know what it is. What the heck is Vegemite? What the heck
Oh,
is Vegemite?
oh, yeah. Okay.
What is
So,
that?
okay, I can't really describe it in terms to like give an idea of what it is, but I'll actually because like I'd have to look it up. Like I have it all the time, sort of thing, so I do know what it's like. But the
Oh,
one
see, it
biggest
looks
thing,
like Nutella.
yeah, but it definitely does not taste anything like Nutella. It's like Vegemite is like it's a pretty bitter tasting sort of thing if you have too much of it. Like one of the biggest mistakes I've seen with especially Americans, I've seen them try Vegemite and put it on bread and I'm just like, "Oh god, you're putting way too much on, guys. You're going to kill yourself having that." But
God.
the idea is more you lightly spread it on bread. Like if you
Okay.
because if you put it lightly spread on bread, it's bearable and it's actually relatively okay to have. But basically, so it's actually made from this is Wikipedia quote right here. It's made from leftover brewer's yeast extract with various vegetable and spice additives.
Why would anyone choose to eat that though if it's so bad?
Well, if you have it on toast and you put like put like butter and then a light spread of it on top of the butter, it's actually quite decent to have. But
Okay.
you got to lightly spread it. Otherwise, if you put too much on, it's going to overpower everything and it's going to just leave such a bitter taste in your mouth. You're just going to be like dying. And I've seen so many people like just put too much of it on, and I'm just like, nah, just get that away from me, man. Like, what are you doing? You're clearly not educated on how to put Vegemite on toast.
That just sounds so weird. Like I mean, so it looks like Nutella, but and I'm hearing it's like salty. I'm like, what? I
Yeah,
no, huh?
yeah. It's interesting because people have it with like cracker biscuits here. Like you could have it on crumpets. Like, it's it's pretty okay. It's pretty okay, but like if people don't like it, hey, like that's fine. Like I'm not gonna judge people for that because it's like everyone's got a different taste to these things. But it's like you just got to be very particular with how you do it because otherwise if you put too much of it on, it's just gonna overpower everything and you're just gonna like just never like it. So
Interesting.
yeah. Although
Hmm.
it's the properties in it, like, because it's got like it says, um, it says how it's made from like spice additives and vegetable additives, but it's like a yeast extract. It's it's interesting. It's interesting, but like I don't have it all the time, but there's some days where I'm like, you know what, I'll have Vegemite on toast, and then there's some days I'm like, nah, I don't want
So see now I'm like so intrigued to try it because I'm just like I cannot
it.
picture how this tastes in my mind at all, but I'm
Yeah,
so
it's like
intrigued.
it's like just imagine like I just like you just send me a picture of it on toast and I'll just be like, okay, you've done it right, or I'll just be like, okay, you've put too much on, you're probably gonna die,
Take it off.
you're gonna have to like take some of that, scrape some of it off, and I'll be like, okay, but just just don't follow what the YouTube videos show you, because most of them are gonna do it wrong and they're gonna make you hate it.
Scares me.
Like, it's like, get an Australian to show you how to do it.
I'm like, if I'm gonna get something that is super common in a country, I'm gonna ask someone from that country and be like, is this right? Am I doing this wrong? Am I gonna regret this?
Yeah. Like, I remember one time they brought out like a cheesy Vegemite. Like they sort of like made a cheat. They called it like cheesy mite or something.
Oh
And
God.
and I never tried it, but some people said it was good. Some people said it was bad. Like, I don't know. It's like, I'm just like, okay, but I'm usually one of the guys who's just like, I'm very picky with food, and at the same time I'm very hesitant to try things. Like,
Mm-hmm.
I'm like super hesitant. If you took me somewhere and said, "Hey, try this," I'd be like, "No." I'd just be like, "No." I'm just sticking to what I know, everybody. I'm just sticking to what I know. Like,
Yeah. Well.
my parents tried to raise me to eat vegetables and everything, and I was like, "Nope." I was the kid that was like, "Nope."
Oh God. Yes. I like as a kid I didn't. Now I love it. Like I'm that person
Yeah.
that now I will have like a cup of I don't know, I guess do you guys have V8 juice? Is that like a common thing?
Um, I
Like a
don't
tomato juice?
I don't think it's common, like at least from what I know, but I do know about it. I do know that people have had it in the past. But I
'Cause
don't.
I love it now. Oh my
Yeah,
God, it's so good.
yeah.
And
It's
everyone thinks
like,
I'm so weird.
yeah, it's like most people here. I think when it comes to stuff like that, I think most people have like just Gatorade and stuff, or like um I don't know what else everyone really has. It's like the most common stuff here is probably just your standard soft drinks. Some people I just see drink like lots of energy drinks, like
Oh
Monster and
jeez.
stuff. Yeah, like my best friend, like Zach, he was in the chat actually a little bit before. He he always has like a Monster energy drink, or not a Monster, is it? Oh no, Monster. I'm pretty sure it's Monster or Rockstar. Rockstar is what he has.
Oh
He
God,
he
Rockstar.
he loves drinking Rockstar, but some of my friends drink Monster. Some of my friends drink like Red Bull, and I'm just like, I don't drink energy drinks. I just can't. It's just like, I just find that it's just not my sort of thing. I just stick to cola. But
Yeah, it depends. Like I colas, and there's so many terms for it here in the US depending on where you're located. Like some
yeah,
people, depending on if you're like Midwest, you'll
yeah,
call it soda pop.
yeah,
Some will call it Coca-Cola because that's just like the basic term. Some will just call it soda. Like there's so many variations of it, but
yeah. Most of
like it's yeah.
yeah, most of my friends would like call it Coke or Pepsi. Like, hey, I like, and it's like, this is probably because like my whole branding of Team Cola. Like, I normally say like we don't discriminate against the colas, but
Mhm.
but it's like my favorite is Pepsi, because Pepsi to me is just a much smoother taste than Coke. Like, Coke for me is just really rough to drink. Like,
Mhm.
and like, because I tend to sometimes I do tend to like sometimes like just not eat in the morning or anything, and I'll just go straight to drinking a Coke or something. And then I would, as soon as I drink like one or two cans of Coke, I just sort of go like, oh, like it just ravages my gut and makes my gut feel horrible. But then
Oh no.
With Pepsi for some reason, like I just drink that and I go, oh, this is fine. Like, I don't know what the major differences are between Coke and Pepsi, but I can tell the taste differences, of course. But it's like,
Yeah.
but I'm just like, man, like, why does Coke ravage my gut so bad? Like,
See,
but
I can't do Pepsi. Like I like the only time I'll ever drink Pepsi is if it's super cold
yeah.
and then I have to drink it really fast because once it gets room temperature, I have to chuck that out because
Oh
it gets
yeah.
way too sweet and it's like room temp. Ugh, ugh, it goes so flat so fast. I'm like, nope,
Oh
can't
yeah.
do it.
Yeah, that's the
But
one
Coke
thing
can
I.
be too weird on my teeth though, like, depending on if I
Oh
drink
yeah,
it from, like, a soda can, like,
yeah.
my teeth feel so, like, brittle afterwards, like,
Oh yeah,
no. Only
yeah,
from a fountain. I can't do soda cans. It's just weird.
yeah. It's like I've sort of been getting used to more just having ice and just drinking like cola, like any sort of cola from like a glass. But it's like I used to be the guy that would just be like, yeah, I'll drink it from a can all the time, sort of thing. Like I got no issue. But now I'm just like, nah, I'm gonna have a glass. I'm gonna have it nice and cold. It's gonna be good. but
Yeah.
but it's yeah, I don't know. Like it's like there is one Australian brand of cola, which is called LA Ice. Surprisingly,
Oh, that
um,
sounds fancy.
it sounds fancy, but it's actually cheaper than Coca Cola and Pepsi, and it tastes pretty darn good too. It's got its own unique taste, and you don't come across it very often because it's like one of those brands that people don't stock very much of. So it's like either got to go to like one of the less sort of like reputable like
Oh,
supermarket chains.
it's like okay. I'm like Googling all this stuff. Okay, there's a brand here in the States called RC Cola that's kind of like the same thing. It's
Oh
kind
right,
of like I don't know, like a knockoff brand, but it's kind of like if you want a soda, but it's not Coke or Pepsi, but
you'd
it's
go
not
for
like
that.
everywhere. You have to like go to like a gas station or like some kind
Yes,
of like smaller chain store to find it because
yeah,
it's just not
like
that type of brand.
yeah, like here you'll find that LA Ice is like stocked up in like fish and chip shops or it's like you'll find it in some of the less sort of known retail chains and stuff. So like you've got to sort of go hunting for it sometimes. And sometimes
Mhm.
sometimes the big supermarket chains will have it, and as soon as I see it, I'm like, "Oh yeah, I'm having that. Like, give me that." It's cheaper as well, so I'm like, "Why not?" but
Yeah.
but yeah, it's like it's just one of those sorts of things, and like everyone also talks about the Kirk's soft drinks here because Kirk's is like one of the big Australian brands for soft drinks where you get like
Oh, yeah. I've
yeah,
heard of that.
yeah. It's like I remember
Yeah.
one time I was watching a stream. I remember I was watching a Vividly Vivi stream because Australian VTuber. um
Yeah.
and I was watch I think she might have been doing like a drinking stream with someone, and like she was like talking about Kirk's soft drinks and I remember like everyone talks about the creaming soda flavor. I've never tried the creaming soda flavor of Kirk's, but it'd be interesting. But
God.
like some were saying it's good to mix with alcohol and stuff, and I'm like, oh, okay. Well, I don't drink, but hey, like if people want to try that, hey, like let
I
me
just
know
think
what
it's
it's
so
like.
funny. They call it see, okay, I'm clearly my brain is like I've been around in the internet way too long. Like I see that name and I'm like, wait, creaming? So like okay. Oh, that's the name. Okay. All
Yeah,
right. Interesting. That's an interesting flavor name.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's like because like some people could take that into very wild contexts, and
Yeah.
some could take it into going, hey, like creaming soda, meaning like it fizzes
Cream
up quite a
soda.
bit. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
So it's interesting, and like one, but the most common one that people know Kirk's for is just the lemonade. It's like the lemonade flavor is just the most common one to come across. But and
Yes, I know. That's what we call it cream soda here in the United States. But it's
yeah,
just funny when I see that and I'm like, wait, there's an
yeah,
ing. Why?
yeah, because everyone's like, here, oh, creaming soda. It's like there's like many different things here that we do tend to like that can be very wildly taken out of context as well.
Mhm.
Like it's like because a lot of people know like there's the like well Australians like have a lot of slang terms for everything. everything under the sun. So if we had like a basic sentence and we were talking and it was just Australian words with Australian slang, or just generic words with Australian slang, everyone would probably go, "What the hell are you talking about?" Like, I could probably ramble a few off now. Like, it's like, hey, like, it's like, "Oh, mate, you want to go down to the servo?" And then, and then everyone's like, "What the heck is a servo?"
Yeah.
It's like service station, gas station, like
Servo.
servo. It's like go to the servo, or like you go to the bottle-o because that's where you go to get your alcohol.
What?
Yeah,
That's interesting.
yeah,
Oh man.
yeah. There's so many slang terms. Like you'd have to like. There's probably like a bunch of different slang terms for everyday things here.
Yeah, I feel like like in the United States, that's kind of similar, but of course, like everything, it depends on what part of the United States you're
Yeah.
in. Because I know, like, there's a joking term for a lot of people who go to a store called Walmart. A
Oh
lot of
yeah.
people will call it going to Wally World, and like a lot
Oh.
of people will say that, and they're like, "What? Wally World?" Like, yeah, I don't know. Like,
Yeah.
there's a group, there's people who will call it that, and it's just
Yeah.
like no
The
one would know what the heck
the
they're talking about.
like the first thing I thought of when you said like Wally World is like for some reason I thought of the movie Wally.
Oh yeah. Oh
I
yeah.
thought of that and it's like, well, is this a world for Wally?
If only. If
Yeah.
only.
Yeah, it's so weird. But there's like so many different terms here. Like one of the biggest ones is if everyone's like trying to go on to everyone's trying to like go out for drinks and get drunk. One of the main things everyone hears like, "Oh, let's go get pissed." Like that's the term they use here. Let's go get pissed. And I'm just like,
Say that in the United States, they're gonna be like, "Are you angry? Why do you want to be pissed? Like, why would you want
yeah,
that?"
yeah,
Because it's like someone's pissed off. Like, why would someone want to do that?
yeah.
They'd be
But
so confused.
but one of the biggest ones, of course, is everyone has the term Macca's run here. Like everyone's like, "Oh, let's go for a Macca's run," because like you're going to McDonald's, which we call Macca's, and then you're going on a run with your mates. Like you're not really actually going on a run. Like you're going and taking your mates down to Macca's. it's it's so funny. Like everyone's like, "Let's go for the Macca's run." Like, and it's like, all right.
See, that's fun though. Like, it's so interesting to just hear what other countries and other places just have like different terms for stuff that like we
Yeah.
would go like, and it'd be the same thing of like any of us going to Japan. Like they have so many
Oh
different,
yeah.
like when they call their convenience stores the konbinis and stuff like that, and people would kind of be able to maybe add two and two together, but sometimes you're like,
Yeah.
what? Oh, what? A konbini? What is that?
Yeah, it's like here, like you don't really. It's like I know in the US, I think the term like the mall is much more common, but in Australia, like everyone's just like, "Oh, it's the plaza." Like you go.
That sounds so fancy though.
It sounds fancy, but it's not. Like it's like the biggest thing you see is like everyone here is like so laid back. Where it's like if you go to the plaza or you go to like just like a supermarket, a lot of people go in their pajamas. I don't know why.
Oh gosh.
They go in their pajamas and then some people like just like bring their kids in pajamas to the
That's like
supermarket.
going to Walmart here in the United States. Walmart is
Yeah.
the place that you go in your pajamas.
Yeah. Yeah. It's like here, like it's like most people will be pretty laid back. Like no one's gonna dress up fancy just to go to the mall or anything. Like everyone's just gonna be pretty casual. Like but some countries seem to be so formal about it where it's like they're going to like the mall and or the plaza or whatever and everyone's like going all dressed up and I'm like, why are you going dressed up just to go to the shops?
The mall is an experience. It's
The
an
mall is an experience.
adventure.
Like,
You have to come prepared.
but one of the biggest things, like, because there's the term in Australia, and this is like probably same for like everyone talks about like in like the Slavic countries, everyone talks about what do they call them? Like gopniks, and like they're all like the hooligan sort of people. Like they're the ones that just dress up in like Adidas tracksuits and bum bags and stuff. In Australia, it's like we tend to have people like that here as well, but they're all like just wannabe gangsters basically, and they're all just like we call them eshays
Oh.
because like you'll see one on occasion anywhere you go, and like they're like just like in a group or like they're on their own. They got like a bum bag and they got Adidas tracksuits or knockoff Adidas tracksuits, and they're like they're like those sorts of people, and it's it's just they're like the weirdos of society basically.
God.
Like it's like especially in like areas like Western Sydney and stuff, you'll come across them probably a lot more often, but it's like one of the weirdest things in my area is like you'll come across people like if you go to the plaza and stuff, you'll come across some people and they're just like randomly like try and walk up to you and be like, "Oi mate, have you got a ciggy?" And like they're asking for like a cigarette, and
Mm.
I'm just like nah mate, like nah, sorry man, like I don't. So it's like, and that
No.
it's like it's just kind of the weird Aussie experiences that you come across, but it's
God.
it's just the some of the more weirder people you come across. Like it's like I don't mess with those types of people though. It's like they're like the some of them like just the wannabe gangsters and trying to think they're cool and think they're hip and all that sort of stuff, and they're not. They're just they're just out there just trying to cause trouble basically.
Yeah. But see, but now I just want to, I'm literally going to call the mall. I'm going to call it the plaza now. It sounds so much more,
Yeah,
it sounds much nicer.
it sounds nicer. Like it's a weird
I
experience
like
because
it.
the funniest thing I was like, because one of the biggest things that high school kids do here is like when my friends and I were in high school, we were always like the types of people that'd be like, "Oh, let's go to the plaza in the afternoon on the Thursdays because late night shopping and stuff." And we weren't necessarily going there for the late night shopping. We were just going there just to hang out and have food and whatever. But we were just like we would sometimes on the rare occasion see school kids have a big brawl in the plaza food court.
Gotta have the brawl. Why not?
Yeah, and like
It's not a mall without one.
I remember I went to the plaza one time, and this was probably only last year or the year before sort of thing, and we're just sitting down and having food, and then we hear this commotion start at the back end of the food court, and we're just like, what's going on? And then we just see a fight break out because these two girls were like fighting over a guy or something, and I'm just like, what? What? Like,
Dang.
just, and it's just a big brawl, like all these school kids. And I'm just like, geez, man, like, it's like,
Well,
what?
it sounds no different than here. We have the same thing.
Yeah, yeah, it's like, and it very rarely happens here. Like, at least that's the only one I've witnessed here, I think. But I remember when I was in high school, like I remember I was going to go to the plaza one day, and it happened to be a day that a brawl broke out between four
Oh
different
God.
groups of school kids from different schools, and all just fighting because like it's either they're fighting over a girl or a guy, and I'm just like what? Like come on, man! Like it's like you really gonna try and take it to that level? Like
Yeah, no,
yeah, it's
I just came for my stuff. Let me just hang and do my cool kid things. Leave me alone.
yeah. It's like I was never the cool kid in high school. I was always just a kid that was like either just sort of laid back and did nothing, like just hung out with my group of friends because we were like the guys who would be like, "Oh yeah, we watch anime," or "Oh yeah, we like rock music. No one likes rock music," or
Hmm.
because all the cool kids in high school were like into like just full on like rap and stuff, or even eventually into like Lil Peep and different mumble rappers and stuff, and I'm just like, yeah, I don't vibe with that. Like I love rap music because I do actually like making rap lyrics, but I just and like I've gotten better at it over time making rap lyrics, but
Wow.
it's just like yeah, I like rap music, but I prefer listening to rock music.
Yeah.
It's like some people probably think I've got that sort of MGK influence
Oh, yeah.
because like
Okay.
he's that sort of vibe. Like I remember the time when the MGK Eminem disc came out. I was like in the last year of high school or something when that came out,
Hmm.
and everyone was like, "Oh yeah, Eminem's gonna beat his ass," and I'm like, "Yeah, he probably will." Like Eminem's got the lyricism to do it. But MGK for me, I was like, hey, that's when I really discovered his music. Like, I actually discovered he's actually got a lot of good stuff in his discography. But like, a lot of people just sort of bash on him because of his diss with Eminem, and I'm like, hey, like, he probably shouldn't have gone up against Eminem, but he he had like that sort of at least he had the guts to do it. Like he was the only one
I
that really had.
tried.
He tried. He had the guts in the rap. He was the only one with the guts in the rap game to do it. And then eventually MGK like kind of actually improved even further as an artist from it. I think because he ended up making two really solid albums after. Like he got into the pop punk sort of scene, and I actually really like him for doing that. Like I loved his pop punk stuff,
Yeah.
but it's like it's not for everyone, but it's like I don't have the same sort of I guess I don't have the same type of style as MGK. Like I think he's like sometimes can be a bit overstretching with what he tries to do and say, but
Yeah.
he's he's got guts and he's got passion. I'll give him that.
Yeah. He's making a scene for himself, he's doing
Yeah.
his thing, and at least he's unabashedly himself, that's for
Yeah,
sure.
yeah, and it's like, hey, like if he keeps doing the good stuff he's doing now, like, hey, I'll keep supporting him as an artist. Like I'll give him that. Like it's like I still like Eminem. I don't get really tangled up in these sorts of beefs and communities going like against each other. I'm just like, hey, I like both. Like I like both artists.
Yeah.
Whether Whether it's Eminem, MGK, who knows? I don't care about the beefs. I just care about good music.
Just give me the music. I don't want the drama.
Yeah. It's like but yeah. And like I remember at the time I wanted to try and sort of be on the trend a little bit. So I was like, one of my ideas was like I was gonna basically just throw a bit of a diss at like one of the guys I knew from high school, just as a bit of a fun,
Hmm.
a bit of a fun cheeky diss. And I was basically saying like, hey, don't take everything as serious. Like it's just for fun. And and like he still watches me and we still talk to this day, but at the time he actually blocked me when I released the diss. And I was like, "Oh, did I do something wrong?" But it's like I think either the diss was just too much or maybe it was just I don't know. But like I
He
regretted it
wasn't
after.
the diss life.
I regretted it after, but then I still sort of like to be a bit cheeky sometimes and be like, hey, like it's like remember the diss I did? Like, I
That
think
saucy time every now and then.
the saucy times, the times where people do oopsies, like,
You know, it is.
it's
It's
like,
like, I'm that way with my chat sometimes. I can get a little, not bullying them, but I can kind of, throw the sass to them every now and then because they give it right back,
yeah,
you
it's
know?
like, but yeah, it's like what I love doing is like I love finding non-copyright beat tracks, and then I just love making lyrics to that beat track, and then I'll just record it over it and see what it sounds like.
Cool.
So
See, I am not good at that kind of thing.
yeah, it's like I do remember you were mentioning about singing though before the podcast.
Yes.
So
Yeah.
what type of stuff do you like to sing?
Everything, honestly. Honestly, really anything, but of
Hmm,
course right now, with VTubing, I
yeah,
kind of focus more and, kind of like the Anna song music, like, music from anime music, like the intros and endings of stuff or
yeah,
just really anything that's in like weeb culture, I guess if you want to call it that.
hmm,
But I like singing anything. I'm more classically trained, so I like singing like musical theater stuff and
okay,
things that are a little bit more maybe not so on the weeb spectrum.
yeah,
But I love really singing anything, and
hmm.
I've grown to really like singing other languages, not just
Oh right,
English.
yeah,
So it's really fun. It definitely causes you to, appreciate a culture a little bit more when you learn to sing another language or speak another language and
hmm,
learning like that music and kind of really appreciating it. So I kind of like everything really.
right,
Deep down, deep down, I really like singing. That I don't do it too much, but I'm hoping to do more of it soon.
hmm.
I really like singing more like alternative music as well.
Ah yeah, yeah,
I really love singing like kind of, well, I call it, I guess, I think a lot of times online will categorize it as like gothic metal or
ah yeah,
orchestric metal,
hmm,
orchestral metal, like something like
yeah,
Within Temptation or Evanescence or something in
ah
that
yeah,
realm,
yeah,
because it still keeps it in that I love like the alternative, like the metal side of it, but then it
yeah,
has like a singer who's clearly very much musically trained, so it has this nice mix of the two. So I
yeah,
love that so much. If I had the voice for it, I would do something much more harder in regards to like the vocals, like
yeah,
oh gosh, I'm trying to think of the group right now. There's a female group, or not a female group, but the
hmm,
group has a female singer, and I
right,
can't think of their name right now. But she's like very like power voiced and
right,
much more kind of gruff than I could do. And I wish
hmm,
I had that type of voice, but I'm kind of right in the middle where I'm not girly, but I'm also not super gruff either.
hmm,
So I can't really do it. It's a little too rough for me, but I would love
yeah.
to do that if I could. But I kinda go all over the place.
Yeah, it's like I find like because one thing I'm starting to like look into sort of making lyrics for just to try out is like just trying out writing more rock and pop punk style stuff. Like I don't like have the ability to create music by any means, but like I would love to create like a rock track and actually like sing on it, but
Yeah.
I don't have a singing voice. I'm more of like the rap voice, I think. Like
Mhm.
I remember I showed off some of my lyrics one time to some guys that I knew from like from my workplace actually. And we were like all just chatting and about stuff, and I showed my rap lyrics and like I rapped it. And they were like, "Yo, you've got like Eminem potential." And I'm like,
That's so cool.
and I'm just like, probably not. Like one of my biggest drawbacks is I can't freestyle. Freestyle for me is
Mhm.
just too difficult. Like because it's like you got to think off the top of your head rhymes and try and make it make sense and flow, and then it's like, nah. I can only really
Yeah,
write it and then
with
sort
something
of
more scripted.
yeah. So it's like it's interesting because I can come up with like probably a good bar of lyrics, like or like a good few bars of lyrics in probably half an hour. I could come up with something in half an hour, like with like different sections, and then like over a few days I might just sort of tweak it and change it. and then I'll try and rap it over a beat, and
Hmm.
it's usually pretty good. But like the one biggest thing I'm sort of trying to train myself is to get my timing right, get the flow right, and then sort of maybe try and branch into some more sort of unknown territory when it comes to different styles.
Yeah.
But yeah, so it's like I do have a bunch of different rap sort of lyrics that I've made over the years. Like some ranging from probably less serious topics to some ranging into very dark topics. So
Hmm.
it's like I find that I tend to write more darker lyrics than lighter though. And I don't know if
But I feel
that's
like that's never a bad thing. I feel like a lot
yeah.
of people, they prefer that type of stuff, but like I always
Hmm.
reference in my mind when it comes to that kind of thing, a lot of people, when it came to like Alanis Morissette, a lot
Hmm.
of people loved her music when she was unhappy, and her music was
Hmm.
so like, kind of dark and very aggressive towards whatever. But then she got
Hmm.
happy, quote unquote, and people kind of lost
Yeah.
interest in her music. It just, I guess, wasn't as relatable, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah.
But I feel like that's what a lot of people like, is like the music that they can go to when they're in that type of dark place,
Yeah.
or
And
something
it's
that
more
they want to
relatable.
think about. Yeah.
Yeah. It's like for me, like with Machine Gun Kelly's stuff, it's like I find that when he's in like a darker place mentally, like his lyrics come out more genuine. But at the same time, it's like I don't wish him to be unhappy. I wish him to still be happy doing what he's doing. But it's like his lyrics tend to shine more when he's talking about those darker topics. Like that's when you see more of the real him, basically. And
Yeah, that's always
like
that rough spot.
it's like his album before Tickets to My Downfall, Hotel Diablo, really focused on like a lot of those darker topics and focused on a lot of like it had like a lot of cool ranging styles from like rap to pop punk to just whatever he felt like doing. He didn't want it to be like just an album that was themed around on one genre. So he basically just did this album and talked about all these different emotional things. And I listened to that whole album and I was like, man, like if you listen to it from start to finish, it's pretty emotional. It's like going like talking about those darker places he's been to because like he's lost so many of his like closest friends and family and he's like trying to write from the soul about those experiences and wishing he had those opportunities to change things. And
Uh,
I was just like in some of the songs like I actually felt really emotional just listening to it. I was like, man, like this is like so hard to listen to now. Like it's
yeah.
and even like seeing him like perform some of those songs, like I could just tell like emotionally it was really hard for him to perform them. Like
Yeah.
because I remember like there was one time he was performing one song off Tickets to My Downfall, and it was the song Lonely because it talked about like I think mostly talked about his dad passing away and stuff.
Mm.
And like he was actually tearing up and crying during that song when he sung it.
Aw.
And I was like, man, like just bringing yourself to try and perform that live would be so difficult.
Yeah.
But yeah, I was like, man, like these types of singers like and artists are like the ones that I feel like are the most relatable and also the most human when performing because you just get to
Yeah.
see the raw emotion that they're projecting. And that's why like people like Chester so much from Linkin Park. Like he just like did that all the time. Like you could see emotionally how he was feeling during some of these songs when he performed them.
Oh God, yeah. No, he was. Oh my God, I miss
I know.
him.
I really one the
Ah!
one thing I had hoped so much was that after the One More Light album, that there would be one more album just to really sort of bring it full circle or bring it to like just to close in some way. like some kind of closure to like.
Yeah.
I just really wish there was one more, just to see what they would do. I would want to. I would like to just see what they would have done if they had one more album and what direction they
Yeah.
were taken in. Because like because like they usually tend to release albums like every 2 or 3 years.
Mhm.
So I was like thinking like, hey, if he released an album in 2020, like that would have been around the time of the resurgence of rock music and pop punk, and I wonder if Chester would have made something more pop punk though.
I don't know.
Because like
That's what
they
I always
always love
loved about him.
experimenting. They love
Yeah.
experimenting, and it would have been really interesting to see what take they would go, whether they would like do that sort of more, because I know like there's been a lot of influence of like more synthwave stuff in recent years, like a lot more synth sort
Mhm.
of tracks. So like I wonder if Linkin Park would have done something more synth based, or if they would have
Yeah.
or if they would have done something like just pop punk and grungy and heavy, or something interesting, and but like a
'Cause I'm
different
not gonna
take on it.
lie, I really dug the album that they did with Jay-Z, that
Oh
mix with
yeah,
them. That
that
was
was good.
actually really cool.
That
I
was
actually
awesome.
really liked it. It was
Yeah.
different, but like I forget which track it is, but there's one that I'll always hear in my head when I think of that album, and I can't
Yeah.
remember what song it is, but I always remembered it because it's used a lot in I think
Mm.
like different videos and stuff. But like the line that Jay-Z has always sticks in my head, but I just remembered that variation because of
uh
the fusion that they had. It just kind of stuck with me more.
yeah,
But I liked it. A lot of people didn't like it, but I'm like, was really
I
cool. It
like
was
it. I
a
thought it was
different
cool.
take on their music.
Yeah, and I wish we could have seen more of these sorts of mashups with different artists. Like it'd be really cool, like if you had like just the most wildest of mashups. Like people thinking like Linkin Park and Jay-Z, like how does that gonna work? But they made it work.
Like, how
Like
do you do alternative, like, strong alternative, like punk, like rock, metal type music with rap? Like, it was
yeah,
such a cool mix. I loved
yeah.
it.
The interesting thing I'm seeing a lot of in pop punk at the moment is the influence of like trap sort of stuff. So
Mhm.
which is kind of cool. Like I think like there's one song on MGK's album that was so different. Like seeing like I think it was a song called Drunk Face, and he was had like a very trappy sort of vibe. Like it would feel like a rap track, but then it had like a bit of grungy guitar in the background and some more like acoustic drums, and it had like the little trap sort of um like hi-hats and stuff, and it was so cool. It was just
Mhm.
I was like, hey, this just sounds so good. Like I could jam to this. But
Yeah.
but yeah, it's like I've always been trying to mix like I guess in my own sort of head my style of being I guess like more of a writer of rap with rock elements. I've always wanted to do that. Like so like I've got that sort of mindset that Linkin Park basically has with the early stuff, like just mixing rock and rap.
Yeah.
But if you can add like elements of pop punk and trap stuff, hey, it's kind of cool.
Hell
Like
yeah. Whatever works, you know?
yeah,
Kind of like the VTuber thing. Like, you don't always
yeah,
have to keep stuff in a particular category. A lot of stuff can be a
yeah,
mix of things. It doesn't always have to be left or right or, whatever.
yeah,
You can mix a lot of different genres and
yeah,
some may not hit. It might miss the
yeah,
mark, but sometimes it's a good mix and it just
yeah. It's
really
like
works.
it's like if you can't find one particular thing to go to, just blend it
Yeah.
and mix it.
Mhm.
Like just
Heck
make it
yeah.
if you can't go on the same lane as someone else, make your own lane.
Exactly. Like
Yeah,
shoot. Like how a lot of people don't think metal can have, a lyrical element. Like it has to all be like really aggressive, just like full on angry. Like, no, you can
yeah,
have metal and still have some really great lyrics. Like have it more, you know, I don't know. Like it's just it
Yeah,
doesn't always
I
have to be
like.
one way.
I think that metal can like work well with orchestral. It can work well with rap. Like, there's ways you can make it blend and work. And then
Mhm.
baby metal exists. Exactly, baby metal
Yes!
exists. I love baby metal.
Ah! Very metal! Oh
I
my god, people give me so much grief for loving baby metal. I
I love
love
baby
them
metal as
so
well.
much.
Like,
They love and for those who know me, like I'm a big Love Live fan, like School Idols and
hmm,
stuff like that. And
yeah.
there's a lot of stuff that they have been kind of meshing into Love Live that's very much like baby metal. I'm like, what is this? I need more.
Yeah.
Give me more.
Yeah. Just it's like I remember when baby metal did that collab with Bring Me the Horizon with Kingslayer, and I
Yes.
was like, that is so good. Give me more of that. Give me more. Like
Yeah. It's so good.
I want to see baby metal. Like, I know baby metal did a song, they did a song like that was much more like rap style, and I was like, hey, this is kind of cool. Like, I could dig this. And it was like all grungy metal, but then it had like the main singer like just doing rap vocals, and I was like, damn, that sounds so good.
Fire.
Such fire. And it's like, but yeah, it's like Bring Me the Horizon is also another band that's really experimented over the years and done a lot of cool stuff. And like they went from full on deathcore to basically near pop. It's like
Yeah.
it's like everyone's like, how in the hell does that work? How did how did they reach so far across the spectrum? It's like, hey, like they've done so much stuff. And even their recent stuff, like they've got like they've sort of done a bit of a 180 and sort of gone back to a bit of the heavier stuff, but they've blended it and it works so well. Like their song Die For You like sounds so pop punk and sounds so 2000s. Like it's so cool. Like I'm like just like amazed by how good like they make these songs sound.
Agreed.
But yeah. It's like we've been going for nearly 3.5 hours. I'm surprised.
Oh, yeah, time.
Like, there's so much stuff to talk about and so much stuff we can continue talking about. It's crazy. Like, it's like it's like just we just like keep rambling, keep rambling
Yeah.
about all the different things. It's
Well,
like
so we
if
can just keep talking about Vegemite. It's fine. No, I'm just kidding. I'm
it's
kidding.
yeah, it's like I guess is there any like places, I guess aside from Japan, because we know we all want to go to Japan. Is there any other places aside from Japan we really want to go to?
Mm, I definitely want to go to Italy. That's the one place
Ooh,
I would like
Italy.
to go. Another place that I actually haven't talked about it with my community technically
Hmm.
yet. But technically I was supposed to go to Germany in 2019, but
Ah.
then the pandemic hit. And
Hmm.
supposedly the reason I was supposed to go was for a concert.
Ah, okay.
And supposedly this concert is supposedly, I'm like saying supposedly
Yeah.
because I never know. Things it got changed like 3 times.
Yeah.
It's supposed to happen this year,
Hmm.
knock on wood, in like March or April. I forget the
Oh
date.
god.
So technically, I may or may not actually get to actually go out of the country for the first time in a couple months. I just have to figure out how to make it work.
Yeah.
But Germany is definitely one of those places I've really wanted to go.
Yeah.
Just because I love the whole, just the culture, and I've always
Hmm.
wanted to, just all of the different places that they have there. Technically, one place I would love to go, which is technically not Germany, but it is kind of like in that same Germanic
Hmm.
connection, is Austria. I would
Ah,
love,
yeah,
love, love,
yeah.
love, love to go to Austria, but it's like 6 hours from where I would be going in Germany.
Right.
So there wouldn't really be a really doable way to do that unless I designated a whole day just to go there.
Yeah.
But lots of places in Europe, lots of European places, just because the typical, I guess, touristy things, and
Yeah.
just because I've just always wanted to go. It looks really fun, and
Hmm.
I don't know. I'm hoping I can go. I
Yeah.
just have to figure out how that's going to work.
Yeah.
Um,
It's
but
like hey, pandemic, can you please just go now? Can you just go away so we can all go and do these things?
yeah, I mean, luckily, from what I've been reading, is like as long as I'm vaccinated, which I am,
Yep.
I should be able to go no problem. But it's, of course, like, because now, like, the
Yeah.
cost of the travel was very different
Yeah.
in 2019, and now it's a bit more than what it was when I
Oh yeah.
originally set this whole trip
Yep.
together. So now I'm like,
Yep.
how is this gonna
Yeah.
work?
I can imagine like
But we'll
airfares.
see.
I can imagine like airfares right now would be like just skyrocketed because they're like, well, we got to make our money back from lost time, and
Yeah,
it's like
yeah,
it's like
it's a
if
lot.
I wanted to go to the US, I think I looked at it, and I think if I was to get like a plane ride there and back, like if I was just to land in like like say somewhere in California, I think it would probably cost me like at least, and this was just economy, probably over like $4,000. And I'm just
Yeah,
and I'm
that's
just
kinda
like
yeah.
and I'm just like oh god, like, and there's no way I would do an economy flight all the way from Sydney to like California and just kill my back in a chair on a plane. Like,
Yeah, like, the cost of now compared to now, like, when I originally did it back in
hmm,
2019, I think a full, like, to and from,
yeah,
flight, I think was, like, I think it was about, 1,400?
hmm,
Give or take, just for for one person. I think
yeah,
it was like 6 to 800, like one way, or
yeah,
for one way, and then the same price back.
hmm.
Now it's like almost double that,
Oh
whereas
god,
like now it's almost like 18 to 1900 for a like full trip, and I'm like, ugh, I
yeah,
I don't have that. So
yeah,
we'll see how it goes. I don't know. I'm praying, because I already had the tickets technically in 2019, so I have a voucher for it, but I have a voucher for what I
yeah.
originally paid, which is not what it's costing now.
Oh yeah,
So we'll
and
see
they
how it
might just be
goes.
like oh sorry, you're gonna have to pay a bit more. It's like that.
Oh
It's
yeah,
and we just be
that's
like,
what it's gonna have to be.
and it just be like, oh god. It's like I think at the
Yeah.
moment there's only a few countries that Australians are allowed to go to because I know the US shut us off again, and I'm like, damn it, just damn it, stop shutting us off, please. Like
Jeez.
it's like they shut us off because of apparently too high cases, and I'm just
I
like,
mean, honestly,
guys,
they're probably doing you a favor.
they're probably doing us a
Honestly.
favor, but at the same time, I'm just like, guys, like, just because we have more cases per like million people or whatever it is, it's like doesn't mean that we have that high of a risk letting us in. It's like just it's like you guys have more cases over there. Why are you going off at us? It's like
Let's say, if anything, we'd be saving you all the trouble because of all of
yeah.
our crazy shenanigans.
Yeah, and then like the UK cut us off, and I'm like, come on, just it's like, come on, please, just stop this. Like it's like all these chances I've got to try and go, then I can't go, and then it's like, man,
Yeah, the only other place I'd want to go, really, that, like, I mean, there's tons of places, if I was given the opportunity, sure, I wouldn't say
yeah,
no. But I think the only other place that would be cool to go, just because of like the environment,
hmm.
there's two places. One would be Ireland, because I really kind of
Oh
want to go
yeah,
to Ireland because it's European, and like, I don't
yeah,
know, I just am very drawn to European countries.
yeah.
And probably New Zealand.
Oh
Probably New
yeah, New
Zealand,
Zealand, yeah. Like it's
honestly.
It's like I got family over there, so it's like I so it's like it's like New Zealand, like there's a lot of amazing places. It's very picturesque and it actually looks like the pictures. It's that good.
Yeah.
Like the North Island is probably a good start if you're ever going there. Like there's a lot of good places on the North Island. But one of the biggest pieces of advice, at least from New Zealanders, is when you get into Auckland, get the hell out of Auckland.
Oh God, yeah.
It's like because Auckland's very much like Sydney, and Auckland, it's just you want to just drive out of there. If you're ever driving, drive out of there. Do not stay there if you're driving.
Oh geez.
It's like
Good
and
to know.
and it's like when you're driving around there, like bus drivers are crazy. Bus drivers are just like as soon as the light goes green, they're tooting at you. They're just like, "Yep, go. Come on, go please."
Oh God.
Yeah. So it's like for I guess for advice would be like you it's like if you're ever going around Auckland, don't drive it. Like just probably more like just sort of walk around Auckland and explore Auckland that way. But then if you're driving out, like get out quick. Like go out and go.
Run.
It's like drive out quick and go and explore the destinations outside of Auckland. Like
Good to know.
there's a lot of
Oh,
cool
and I
places.
lied. Oh, and I lied. There's one more place. I thought
Okay.
about it now. I lied. Spain.
Yeah.
Spain's the other
Ooh,
place.
Spain. That'd be interesting.
Yeah. Yeah. I was like, wait. I'm thinking all just like all of the upper countries. I'm like, I'm completely forgetting everything down below that I would want to go to as well. But no,
Yeah.
Spain is definitely another place I would love to go. I
Yeah.
just but well, plus it would give me more an excuse to actually practice Spanish.
Oh
But
yeah.
the Spanish
That
though,
Spanish. That Spanish.
I gotta practice. Well, wait, in Spain Spanish, it's I would do better because I wouldn't really have to roll my R's because it's very much of I think it's
Hmm.
the pronunciation is like TH sounds instead of the R rolls. Like
Right.
instead of like corazon, it's like corazon, like with the TH
Okay.
sound, I think. Is if I'm
Hmm.
remembering correctly. So I
Hmm.
think I would do much better there because I can't roll my R's.
Yeah. Yeah. It's like I think for me where I would want to go like well, it's like actually I had a friend who went to Europe right when the pandemic was beginning basically. So
Oh no.
he went to the Europe he went to Europe like at the end of January. He went into the UK and then basically as soon as he got into the UK, he then hopped down to like a few countries in Europe like France and Germany and stuff. But basically the pandemic was like following him right after they went to Italy. They just started following
Oh.
them basically. Like countries started closing their borders and stuff like that. And then he rushed back and basically I think I remember it took me like a good few weeks to meet up with him after he came back because like he was actually sick for like the whole time he was in Europe. Like
Oh no.
and it wasn't the virus or anything, but it was he was just like really jet lagged, really like cold and flu symptoms the whole time
Yeah.
and like he really couldn't enjoy it. Like he just sort of dreaded most of it.
That's the
And
worst.
yeah, like there was some parts he really enjoyed, but like there was other parts who was just like felt so off and just couldn't enjoy it. And I think even when he came back, like he was still like really sick for like 2 or 3 weeks after. And
Aw.
it just sucked so much for him. Like he felt like he kind of just wasted his trip basically.
Yeah.
But I think if I was to go anywhere, like I was sort of thinking like Singapore because Singapore is so close to me, so I could like try and get like a few days in Singapore and experience that. Like because Singapore, like they talk about as like this big giant sort of like trade hub in
I was gonna
Asia.
say that would be an interesting trip.
Yeah, it's just a big giant trade hub and like it'd be like a cultural sort of mismatch and all this sort of stuff. So it'd be really interesting to see what it's like in Singapore. and yeah, like Singapore would be interesting. South Korea would be very interesting. Um, I guess if I was looking
I
at
think
Europe,
South Korea would be the only one you could really go to safely.
yeah, and it's like, and then I think probably, I guess probably like the Benelux region in Europe, like the Netherlands, Belgium, Luxembourg. It'd be really interesting going there,
Yeah.
especially because TwitchCon as well in the Netherlands. So
Yeah.
it'd be a good opportunity just to go to the Benelux region in Europe.
Heck yeah.
And then like I can meet up with some of my VTuber friends there. Just be like, "Hey guys, I'm in Europe. Like I'm here."
European VTubers assemble.
It's like, and then the one Aussie non VTuber streamer there, just like, "Hey, how's it going? I'm here." Like
Aw.
I'm just like everyone's like non VTuber streamer friend.
Oh, see, now I just now thought of it. That's how I have to go to a convention. I have
Yeah.
to have somebody carry a laptop and
Yeah.
just have me on like I'll just like OBS it
Oh
and just have them
yes.
like tour me around, like just hold the laptop. I'll be
Yeah.
like, I'll get somebody to just be my chauffeur. Like you have to be my laptop carrier. So I'm technically quote unquote there.
Yeah. Oh, like did you see that Sea Dog and Iron Mouse stream where like Sea Dog was going around Japan and like had Iron Mouse like just getting like a first person view of it?
Oh, I actually watched the full thing, but yes, yeah.
Yeah.
I remember that like that content, yeah.
Like that was so wholesome. I was like, damn, this is just the most wholesome thing I've ever seen. Like,
Yeah.
and like Iron Mouse just seemed like so grateful for Sea Dog to do that. Like that that
Yeah.
was awesome. Just imagine like I end up doing that, like doing like an IRL Australia stream and just
Hell
having
yeah.
having VTubers just able to like get a first person perspective.
Would be so cool. Like, I mean, I know someone like me who's never been out of the country before. You know,
Yeah.
that would be really cool for people who genuinely like would love to go, but they clearly don't have the ability to, especially
Yeah.
right now. That would be really cool. Give
Yeah.
people that kind of first, that
Yeah.
interaction, it's like
Yeah.
they're
And
there themselves.
yeah, it's like you could just like wear a VR headset and get the experience. Like
Mhm.
it's like I'd be like just walking around somewhere in Sydney, showing off Sydney, and then like the Harbour Bridge and everything, and it'd be so cool.
Take me to the opera house, that's all I care about. The I just wanna
Yeah,
go there.
yeah. The Opera House is quite interesting. Like, I've been inside it once, and that was when I was on like a school excursion to the Opera House in my final year of high school, which was cool, and we got in there. We got to actually see kind of like the theaters and how they set them up, and
Mhm.
it looked nice. But going there at night is a very different experience. Like I went because they had a Squid Game pop up in Sydney, and
Oh god.
so they had like the doll from like the first episode. I think it was the first episode or the second episode or whatever it was, but they had the doll from Squid Game, like just set up like in the middle of like of basically the harbor, like just kind of like standing there, and
God.
all these people had rushed out to go see it, and we were like we heard about it being there, and like people were talking about it during the day, and I think stuff like that, and we were like, oh, let's go, we're going out to this Korean joint that's not too far from Sydney. Let's just go eat the Korean food and then go out to Sydney and have a look at it. So standing there menacingly, right? Yeah, it was standing there menacingly, like just standing there looking, and we were just like everyone just rushed out. All these people were there. Like there was probably at least a good few hundred people there to look at it, and
Oh, jeez.
we got there, and I'm like, whoa, there's so many people here, and I got up close to it, and I think I still have I was actually live on Instagram when we went down there. So I think it's probably on my Instagram still. You might still be able to see it. But
Nice.
but we got up there, we looked at it, and that was literally it. Just looked at it and we're like, oh, okay, that's it now, because it didn't do anything. Like everyone thought it was gonna like do the red light green light thing, but it didn't.
Mm-hmm.
So everyone's just
Thank
like, oh,
God.
okay, we've seen it, got photos of it. Okay, we're done now. But it was
Yeah.
but seeing it there with the backdrop of the Sydney Harbour Bridge just looked freaking cool.
Oh yeah, just the whole, just kind of like that little impromptu moment. That's still really cool
Yeah.
though.
Yeah, and it was so cool, like, because I was basically just like vlogging it on the Sydney Harbour, and I was like, this is kind of cool. Like I don't vlog very often, but getting an experience to go out to Sydney at night and see that and be out sort of in the city at night was very different for me.
Oh yeah, I bet.
Because like I've only really been to Sydney in the day, like, and maybe some of the surrounding suburbs at night, but never like the Sydney Harbour at night. So that was it was really cool, and like we were all just like hanging there and like just going like, this is freaking amazing. Like maybe
Yeah.
we should go out to Sydney more often at night. But we haven't been back there since though. So
Hmm.
like I did go there. I did go to Sydney probably like just before New Year's, and the biggest thing I saw, like when I got off at the train station in Sydney, as soon as I got out, I saw all these people lining up, and I'm like going, what are these people lined up for? And then I realized they had bloody COVID testing going on there, and
Mm.
I'm just like, uh, why is this line right outside the station? This is dangerous. Like,
Yeah.
and because at the time case numbers were skyrocketing through the roof, I was like going, "Oh God, why do you have this right here?" And I'm like just wanting to, I'm just wanting to go get some Maccas in the city after I got off the train, and I just see all these people lined up for testing, and I'm like going, "This is so dangerous. Why have you got people lining up in the street like that outside shop fronts?" Like,
Not good planning.
not a good plan. And I'm just there going, God, like I've got to try and keep away from these people. Like I'm not going to go to the Macca's there because there's people lining up for testing right outside there. So I'm just like, okay, going down to the harbour probably is a lot safer than being in the middle of the city.
Yeah.
And
That's
I was just going out to get anime figures and stuff from the city
anime figures.
because I wanted to start collecting anime figures, and there's this one really good shop in Sydney. So it was just
Don't
like,
do it. Don't do it. I have too many of them. It's a horrible addiction.
I started collecting figures probably back in October, November time. I've only got 4 figures, so I haven't really got any. I haven't got too many yet.
Oh, okay, good. I was gonna say, don't be like me. I think I've lost count. I don't know anymore. I don't know
It's like,
anymore. But it's like art.
yeah,
They're like my little art figurines.
it's like aside from my anime figures, the one thing I collect a lot of is like retro video games and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I just love collecting like just a bunch of games and old consoles and stuff. So I've got like a basically a whole wall of games, and
Oh wow.
yeah, like a whole wall of games. There's other stuff like little cool little collectible items and my anime figures. All of it's on there. But yeah, like just so much stuff, and it's like I was thinking of collecting like particular band music CDs at one point, but
Yeah.
yeah.
Some vinyls. But I mainly
Hmm.
collect vinyls for a particular band that I really love.
Okay.
And well, two different groups.
Hmm.
But basically any vinyl I can get for them, I try to. But a lot of bands these days have been kind of getting a little vinyl happy, and they'll be
Yeah.
making like 10 different versions. They'll be like, "Oh, we have a new single and there's going to be 10 different vinyl versions." I'm like, "Oh man, I
Oh
can't.
god.
Like
And then
I'll
it's
get
like,
one
and
and
then you
call it a
get the
day."
then you get the limited editions, the deluxe editions, and then you get a different color vinyl and
Oh, I love the different color vinyls. Those are what get me every time. I want the special vinyls. But then they
yeah.
make so many. I'm like, I can't. Like $20 times 10. That's a lot for a vinyl. No
Yeah.
thanks. I'll get like one or two maybe, and that's it. I can't.
Maybe I'll have
But
to start
no,
collecting like Linkin Park vinyls or something.
that
Like
would be cool.
I'll have to collect them. And like I'd have to collect obviously in video games. To me, like the Sonic series has some of the best musical soundtracks. I would have to
Yes.
I would have to collect those. Just every time they bring out a music vinyl for a game, I'd be like, "Yep." Because
Yes.
like I love Sonic music. Like and the games cuz like Sonic's my favorite game franchise even if there is inconsistencies in the franchise. Like
Yeah,
there's
there's a couple that I just pretend didn't exist.
yeah,
But
yeah.
overall, I
For
love
me,
Sonic games.
yeah, for me it's like I pretend that Sonic Boom never happened because that was just a disaster. And then I pretend that some of the elements of Sonic 06 didn't happen. Like, hey,
Oh, oh,
the game
oh
idea
God,
was
oh,
the
mm,
idea of the game was cool and ambitious, but
mm.
then Sonic's story was the worst story in that game, to be honest. Like,
I couldn't that game. I pretend that game doesn't exist. I hate that
yeah,
game so much. It was
I
so buggy.
I love the potential
Oh,
it had. That's the one thing. I
yeah.
love the potential it had. But it's like, I think like Silver was a cool addition, but they just didn't give him a good game to star in. Shadow's story was actually very good in that game. Um,
They're definitely giving Shadow lots of love in any story that they add him in.
yeah, it's like give me more Shadow in the Sonic series. Like it's been years. It's been years. Like Sega, like stop playing it safe too much. I get why you're playing it safe, but we need good games. We need quality games, and we need ambitious titles. Like, hey, Sonic Frontiers looks ambitious. I'm actually
It looks cool.
surprised. Like, give me good character stories and stuff in that game, and give me good gameplay, and you'll win me over.
See, I'm a classic Sonic person. Like, give me
Yeah,
the side scrolling pixel art, and I'm happy. I don't need anything too crazy. Or Sonic Adventure was
Sonic
fantastic,
Adventure.
though.
Yeah,
Don't get
uh,
me
give
wrong.
me
Like, give me one of those two, and I'm good.
it's like give me the characterization that Sonic Adventure 2 was able to capture, and or even Unleashed was able to capture. But okay, I would like a game that has elements of what the adventure games tried to do, plus a game that could kind of like have the presentation that Sonic Unleashed was able to deliver. Because
Hmm.
Sonic Unleashed had really good presentation and really good CGI and everything for the cutscenes. Like they made that game really like high quality. But yeah, like there was downsides. Like I didn't like the Werehog in Unleashed, but I liked what they tried to do with that game in general. There was a lot of potential, and they almost had it, almost had it.
Hmm.
But then after that, like once we got into Sonic Colors, like the story writing to me just got really, really sort of messed up and dull, and tried to be too like sort of kid friendly cartoon.
Yeah.
Like I just want like a serious story like Unleashed or something, like just a game that has story and a game that has good character development, and that would be something
Yeah.
like Unleashed or the adventure games, and let me play as more characters than just Sonic. Like, but like still try and capture what the classics tried to do as well. Like
Hmm.
because the classics nailed it when it came to things like like 2D level design, because you had like your top, middle, and bottom paths. You had like the options of what you could do. The adventure games just really tried to translate that to 3D and tried to give you more options for exploration. But
Hmm.
But it's like, and give me the Chow Garden back. Give us the Chow Garden.
Everyone wants the Chow Garden.
Like, it's a good side thing to do. And there's a lot of rumors saying they're going to bring the Chow Garden in Frontiers. I don't think they'll do it, to be honest, because they haven't done the Chow Garden in so long. Like,
Never know.
never know. Maybe Sega's been a little bit a bit, I don't know, ambitious. Ambitious, please. It's like, but there's rumors.
I mean,
There's rumors that they're gonna add the Chow Garden, but also have wisps involved with the Chow Garden. And I'm like, as soon as you start mentioning wisps and anything from like the Sonic Colors era or anything like that, I just get worried, because I'm like, hey, like Colors and Generations had good gameplay for what they were, but we need to move away from that now. It's the formula's tired. And it's a very difficult formula to work with, because you're boosting through an environment so fast, and they've got to try and generate so much terrain. That takes up so much of the development time. So slow it down. So like slow it down a little bit. Slow it down just a bit. Give Sonic a bit of room to explore, but still be fast. And and let him like just kind of let him have his attitude from Sonic Adventure back. Like let him be a character. Let him be a character and not just like a two-dimensional sort of, or like a one-dimensional character that's just like, oh, I'm here, I'm Sonic. Like give him personality again. Like give him and make some moments of the story where he's actually losing. Give the story stakes. Like give the story stakes, because that's what will reel people in. Story and character development and good gameplay. Like if you don't nail the storytelling, the gameplay and the presentation, then I think a game is destined to kind of at least have some drawbacks. And Sonic games have always had at least some kind of drawback, at least in recent years. Like, it's like the 2000s was like the time when Sonic tried to be ambitious with what they wanted to do, so they tried to experiment, and that's what I think a lot of OG fans kind of liked about 2000s Sonic, because they tried to just put him in so many different settings and weren't afraid to take risks. But then in the 2010s, it's kind of like they just played it safe and didn't really try and explore anything different. It's like, and if they did, it was always like very sort of watered down. It's like Sonic Forces had so much potential. Like, I bought that game day one thinking that it was going to be an evolution of like the boost formula, an evolution of what Colors was going to do, and Generations. And then I just sort of, I played it, and then I finished the game and I was like, that was it? That's what I waited like 3-4 years to play? A 3-hour game that just really was so inconsistent and had a lot of issues. Like it didn't have bug issues, but it had a lot of inconsistency with gameplay, inconsistency with story. Like Infinite was going to be such a cool character. Like I was like, hey, we got an edgy character back. We're going to have a serious story. We're going to have boss battles with Chaos and like all these cool characters. And then they ruined the story with like saying, hey, Sonic's been tortured for 6 months. Show that he's been tortured. Show that he's angry.
Yeah.
Like, and then he comes back, he's all happy and cheery, and I'm just like, so this is what Sonic looks like after 6 months of being tortured. Just back to his normal self and ready to continue as normal and no character development.
And I feel like they're definitely gearing it more towards like family friendly, nothing too deep that's going to require a whole lot of thought process.
Yeah.
You know, it's just like, yes, he fight the villain, he win, he happy now.
Yeah, and then like Infinite kind of gets sent off in a really crappy way, and then they go, oh, Eggman's the final boss now. And I'm like, hey, you did that in Lost World, you did that in bloody Generations. You kind of overused it now as Eggman being the final boss. Like, Eggman should have just been the side sort of villain, and Infinite should have taken the main place as the villain and been the final boss.
Yeah. That would have been the right way.
Hey, we got Bella with a raid. Nice. Thanks for the raid, Bella.
Welcome, everybody. Hello.
Yeah. If you guys didn't know, Bella was actually the first guest on the Team Cola podcast in the first episode. So
Oh,
so
snap.
nice little callback a little bit. It's like all the friends are coming in today.
Hey.
A combined raid from Mascot and Bella. Nice.
Heck yeah.
That's awesome. Yeah. So just for anyone that has just popped in, I don't have any alerts currently on, just for the podcast sake, but basically I do have the Twitch chat up, and I do have like my alerts sort of next to me, so I can see what's going on still, so we're all good. Yeah. Who's the other cute cat girl? Oh, whoa.
Oh, whoa.
Yeah. Yeah.
A raid
So
within a raid within a raid. It's a raidception.
raidception. It's like I could have gone into the raid set Shadow Legends sort of thing.
That is the same. God, don't bring up Raid Shadow Legends again. No.
But nah, like it's like we've just been chatting for like nearly 4 hours, which is amazing, which is awesome. Like, we've been going for so long. Like, I didn't actually expect the podcast to keep going for so long. Like, I was like expecting it to be like maybe an hour and a half or 2 hours and be like, okay, we're done now, but we've got so much that we're just talking about. We're just enjoying the time and vibing. This is probably the longest stream I've actually done in a long time.
Heck
like,
yeah.
It's like
I can't see it, but I'm flexing.
just flexing. It's like we're flexing the muscle, flexing our endurance.
Noodle arms.
It's like vibing is good. Yep. Vibes are always good. It's like we've talked about a range of different topics. Like we've gone from like it's like you can't even name them all. It's just we've ranged and diversed so far into different things.
The most important topic we talked about tonight was Vegemite. The most important thing we've talked about all night. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding.
It's the most important topic. Everyone knows Vegemite. Everyone wants to talk about Vegemite.
I'm like hyper focused on Vegemite because it's just it I don't know, my brain can't wrap my head around it. Oh, Haruka, why? Because I don't know.
Never had it. Yeah.
I ask myself this every day. Why? I don't know. Just because.
Yeah. It's like I guess we haven't really talked about favorite animes though yet. So
yeah, we can do that.
So what's your most favorite anime at the moment?
God, that's hard. I probably would say okay, I'm gonna do a top 3 because I can't like pick a 5 because 5 it just gets way too big. But I'd say 3 that I've watched consistently, or ones that are like super super high in my brain of like I would recommend it to anybody, like anyone has to watch it. One would be Violet Evergarden because it ripped my soul in half and broke my heart. But it's beautiful and amazing and I love it. Soul Eater because I've watched Soul Eater like probably 5-6 times from start to finish and it's really good. And then probably the third one would be the entire Love Live series. Like Love Live doesn't matter. Love Live Sunshine, All Star, whatever. I don't care. All of them. Every single one.
Yeah, like I think it's like I know a lot of people are probably gonna like hate me for like the anime I'm watching at the moment, because as we know in the Naruto fan base, like everyone talks about Boruto a lot, and everyone talks about, oh, Boruto's terrible, it's not as good as Naruto, and I'm just like, hey, like I'm watching that anime consistently at the moment because it's actually starting to get really deep. It's really starting to get interesting now because Boruto started off very much on the sort of idea of like being much more, I guess, modernized, like, because the main theme of Boruto is like the idea of, I guess, modern society plus ninjas, plus like talking about tech versus ninja sort of stuff. So it's like technology and ninjas. There's the main sort of theme. And
You're kind of getting more like modern ninja stuff almost.
yeah, so it's like there's this whole idea, is the age of shinobi over? And like some would debate yes in the series, some would debate no, and there's characters that sort of preference technology over being a ninja. And it's very interesting because you sort of get to see Boruto's philosophy sort of grow over time on what he thinks the future of being a ninja is, or being a shinobi. And like you sort of learn that over time that Boruto is very similar in philosophy to Sasuke when it comes to being a ninja. He's much more sort of a person of tradition as a ninja. And Naruto is more of like the one who wants to modernize the ninja world, but still have relevance for ninja. But then you've got some in society that are like, no, the age of shinobi is dead. There should be no more ninja. Just like modern society and tech. And it sort of plays out over the series. You keep seeing this theme. And then eventually you find out that Boruto sort of has a particular power that he got inherited from the Otsutsuki clan, and that power could basically take away his sense of self, because if it gets to like, if the karma seal reaches 100%, then Momoshiki Otsutsuki takes over his body and becomes the vessel. Like Boruto is just the vessel of Momoshiki. So it's quite dangerous because there's all these different philosophies leading to what will become a darker story if they continue the Boruto series. Because
Yeah.
Momoshiki basically said to Boruto when he got the Karma Seal, he said, those blue eyes are going to take everything away from you one day. So the whole destiny of Boruto is basically that there's an inevitable destruction of the ninja world. Boruto could potentially be the cause of that because of Momoshiki. Or it could be that maybe he's destined to save the ninja world from this sort of threat.
Yeah.
But that's one of the reasons why I like Boruto, because you've seen Boruto grow as a character from being the kid that hated his father for being the Hokage to actually learning to love his father for what he does. And now Boruto's got to basically inherit this dangerous power, just kind of like how Naruto did with the Nine Tails. And
Yeah.
Boruto is now subjected to the higher ups in ninja villages basically wanting to restrain him, like how Naruto was. And Naruto keeps finding these other villagers and saying, hey, like, I was the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Do you think I'm gonna go do that to my own son and restrain him? Like, so it's a really interesting look, and it's really interesting to see that there's still this conflict in the ninja world in Boruto that you wouldn't think would exist after the Great Ninja War. You would think that all the ninja villages lived peacefully after the Great Ninja War, but it's a really fragile peace.
Yeah. Like maybe people just have probably biased opinions because of how
Yeah.
they felt about the original Naruto, and
Yeah.
they're just like, I just don't want to, oh, this isn't the same. It's
Yeah.
whatever.
Like, I love the original Naruto and Naruto Shippuden because it's like my favorite character in the original series was Sasuke, because Sasuke I found had the best sort of development arc, because you saw him go from like the kid
Being
who
a freaking edge lord.
yeah, and it's like you saw Sasuke like go from the kid that was like basically an orphan because his parents were killed and his clan was killed by his brother, then to like go on and journey to try and gain the power to kill his brother for to get revenge for what he did, only to find out there was more information to that, to then go, well, now what do I do? Because like, do I turn my back on the ninja world for what they led my brother to do, or do I try and live about peacefully alongside that system that basically led to his brother being killed, or that well led to his
Yeah.
clan being killed? So so Sasuke's development was so interesting, and I found it to be one of the most realist perspectives of life, because you find out many different things in life that maybe you thought were like the truth or misconception. You learn these realities, and like Sasuke, like of course the Naruto story takes it in a very extreme sort of I guess fictional sort of way, but Sasuke just felt like the realest character, because you sort of have to think, what would Sasuke do in these situations? Like, would he would he just go about trying to live life and not care, or would he actually give a damn about something? Like, so I
See, my
really
favorite character from Naruto was kind of the not the joke, but a lot of
hmm,
people either agree with me and they're like, "Yeah, yeah, 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 I love that
yeah,
character," or they're like, "Oh, okay, I guess."
yeah.
So I loved Rock Lee. Rock Lee
Ah,
was
yeah,
my
Rock Lee.
favorite from start to finish. I loved Rock Lee. He was such a dork, and then oh,
Yeah,
come to find out, oh, he's just a really big badass. He's just very conservative with his abilities and the fact that he couldn't
yeah,
do, like everybody else. So he was trying to like,
yeah,
make up for that inability. I don't know. I just admired his tenacity, even though
yeah,
he was clearly at a disadvantage from everyone. It's
yeah,
just, and plus he was so awesome. He's so cute.
yeah. Rock Lee I found to be a pretty good character. Like he wasn't one of my favorites, but like I enjoyed his character anytime he came on screen, because I was like, hey, he's got that motivation, that fire. He's he just brings like that sense of kind of like happiness in a way. Like he's just like the character that's like, hey, I'm gonna strive to win. He had like that Naruto energy, but like times 10.
I
Like,
mean, was he cringe sometimes? Yes. Yes.
yeah,
His dedication and his love for Sakura at the beginning was very
mm,
cringe, but it was
yeah,
adorable cringe.
yeah. And then to see Sasuke at first get beaten by Rock Lee, like
Hell yeah.
yeah, Sasuke was just like thinking, man, like I'm not strong enough, and it's like Sasuke, like, it's like power wise, we could see that like Naruto and Sasuke grew really quickly in power and just quickly surpassed everyone. Like, which I think is sometimes like it brings the stakes like higher because they're higher power level, but at the same time, it kind of goes like, hey, these two are like destined to go on to like battle big enemies. But it kind of sucks that the other characters kind of got left behind a little bit just
Mhm.
for those two's development. And the one thing that's interesting in Boruto though is I think that in Boruto the character power scaling, at least from Team 7 in Boruto, is much more even, I find. Like
Yeah.
Sarada, Mitsuki, and Boruto all are very similar in power level, aside from Boruto with the fact he's got the Karma Seal. But without the Karma Seal, Boruto is basically maybe a bit stronger, but relatively on par with the rest of his team. They're all relatively equal strength, I find. Whereas
Yeah.
in OG Naruto, Naruto and Sasuke just quickly surpassed everyone and then left Sakura behind, basically. Like,
Yeah.
Sakura got like done dirty in the story, power wise. Like, because like I guess the sense in the story was that Sakura didn't have the same motivation as the rest of
Hmm.
Team 7. But then once Sasuke left the village, Sakura was like, "Oh, I got to lift my A game now. I want to help
Yeah.
Naruto bring Sasuke back to the village." And and like Sakura then starts training with Tsunade, and in the beginning in Shippuden, you sort of go, "Hey, Sakura has grown." But then they sort of just kind of leave her in the dust again.
Yeah.
It's like not until like the Great Ninja War, or even after the Great Ninja War, that you actually see Sakura have like really good strength and lots of abilities. Like in Boruto, Sakura is like really strong. It's really strong now.
Yeah. She's definitely kind of they I feel like they kind of made up for her character
Yeah,
as it seemed things progressed.
yeah. Like there's debate now that Sakura could be like Kage material, basically, like Kage level. Like I think she'd be definitely Kage level. Like she could be a Hokage as well. But it's like it's like at the moment, like Naruto like is just the goat of Hokages. Like
Hmm.
he could mop the floor with the rest of the other Kages, no issue. And he could, if he like, there was a debate, I think, where someone like I think there was an episode or somewhere in the manga they talked about the other Kages were talking to Naruto about like war for some reason, and they were saying that, oh, like you think you could take on all the other four village major villages with no issue. And I mean, I think Naruto could do it. Naruto would probably be the only Hokage that could mop the floor with the rest of the ninja villagers. It would just be him and Sasuke. They would annihilate the other villagers. There would be no issue. Like, they would just go in, beat the Hokage, well, beat the Kages of the other villagers, and probably just take over and be like, okay, we're done now. The ninja world's now at peace again. But yeah, it's like Naruto is one of my like well Boruto is one of the series I'm watching, but I think one of my favorites is really short series. It's only had one season, and it was actually Trinity 7 was one of my favorite animes because
Okay.
I found like Arata was just a character who he was like he's because like a lot of animes obviously have your typical like male protagonist and lots of female characters as the side character cast. And it's like Aruta's just the one that's just straight up honest about everything, basically.
Hmm.
He wouldn't give a damn about what he does. Like like other protagonists like him in animes are literally just like always nervous to do anything. Like
Yeah, the
or try
typical
and
male
advance.
protagonist.
Yeah, and they're all oblivious to everything. Whereas Arata is just like, "Oh, I know what you're doing. I know what your motives are. You know what my motives are. No issue whatsoever."
Yeah.
So it's like I sort of liked the take that they had. Like it was basically like him being just a realist male protagonist that had no sense of like hiding anything. So I just kind of
Yeah.
laughed. I kind of just laughed all the time anytime he tried to have a particular motive with a female character, and like he would basically just be bluntly honest about it, but every time it would just cause big arguments with the female characters, and it was just so funny to watch.
Yeah, I think like those series is like I I get so much grief on it because it's like the
Yeah.
minute it becomes like a harem type series, I'm
Yeah.
like, nah, I'm
Yeah.
good. I'm
Yeah,
good.
that yeah. Yeah,
I
that's
got my fill. Oh, it looks like
hey,
you hit a follower
hey,
goal.
we hit the follower goal of
Oh
185 for
no!
today. So
Hell yeah!
nice. Then it's
Nice.
like, what do you reckon, guys? Next goal 200? Next goal 200. But yeah,
What you
so
what you gonna do when you hit 200?
I don't know. Like when I hit 100, I did a really cringe sort of stream where I wore like cat ears and stuff.
Hey, hey,
And
hey now, hey
like,
now.
hey, I love. It's like cat characters are cool, but like I just don't rock the look at all. I don't rock. So it's like I did it was a pretty cringy stream, and I was just like, oh okay. Like I still have the I think I still have the VODs for those streams, but
Did you
uh,
do proper nyas? Did you nya nya like the best cat girl you could be?
I tried. Like I did have a redeem for a little while where I was gonna do like just nya sounds, but then I was just like I just felt really kind of cringe doing it. So I just got annoyed of it after a while. But
Fair.
yeah. But yeah, like who knows? Like if I became a VTuber, I'd probably be a cat VTuber if I ever became one. Like
Cat folks are the best of the best, so I totally
yeah,
support that decision.
it
No
just
bias.
it matches my laziness too. So
Yes, I'm very yeah. It,
yeah,
it suits me. You know, when I ascended into the form that I am now, I was like, yeah, I
yeah.
looked in the mirror, I'm like, yeah, yeah,
It's like
this
yeah,
fits right.
this fits.
It feels
Yeah.
right.
Yeah. So like yeah, so Trinity 7 was one of my other favorites. But I did love watching Fairy Tail. Fairy Tail was one of my long series I watched. The only thing I didn't
You
watch
get a
from
lot of
Fairy
on that. I love it.
like the only thing I didn't watch was Fairy Tail Zero just cuz I just couldn't really get with it cuz I was like there's no main characters here. I don't really it just I just felt out of touch with Fairy Tail Zero, so I just sort of skipped over and went straight to the next season when it came out. And
Yeah, no.
but other
The
than that,
Fairytale was good.
yeah, I enjoyed that series. Like, I just loved the character development. I loved the shipping in the series, which was great.
I thought
Li-
that was cute. It was fun.
like you had
I was definitely pro Lucy and Natsu.
yeah,
I still support that
yeah.
ship so hard.
It's like, come on, 100-year quest, please give us this. Like,
It's so cute.
it's like apparently they are together in 100-year quest, but I don't know if the anime is gonna adapt that or not.
Yeah.
But I liked like Gargiel and Levy was a really interesting combination.
Yes. I like that. Like at first I was kind of like, but
Yeah,
then as the series continued and their interactions got more, I'm like, you know what? Yeah, I dig this. I
yeah.
like this.
And then you had
It works.
Gray and Juvia, and
Freaking trivia, my god.
yeah,
Juvia!
yeah. It's like
The
it was
queen of
interesting.
first.
Yeah, it's like I kind of liked most of the pairings that people were going for in the series and the ship with the ships. I was like, yeah, this works. I can see it. So yeah.
Agreed.
Yeah, it's like VTuber shipping or streamer shipping and all this sort of stuff.
Yeah.
uh,
Well, that gets a little scary sometimes.
it
With
gets
like
scary though.
VTuber shipping. It could
Yeah,
get a little like, oh, okay, all right.
yeah, yeah. There's some points where it's
We'll
like,
roll with it, I
okay,
suppose.
yeah. It's like I've rolled with a few ships here and there, but like I remember one time I did a stream. Oh, this was a collab stream with Momo, and this was the really most awkward moment. Like I was just like reading my chat and then like some people were like saying, "Hey, is Momo your you know?" And I'm like, no. Oof, what?"
Like what? What?
And,
Say it.
yeah, I'm it's like they were just like, is Momo your girlfriend?" I'm like, "What?" Like, "Hello?" Like
I can talk to girls and have them not be my girlfriend.
yeah, it's like it's one of the weirdest things. It's like I found like at least with streamers. I find that like some people just sort of go as soon as you have like a guy has a girl in the stream or a girl has a guy in the stream or whatever the case may be, it just sort of gets like people just sort of start questioning, and
Mm-hmm.
I'm just like, people of different genders can play games with each other, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's like I do that all the time. Like
It's a
it's like
ludicrous thought, but it's true.
yeah, yeah. It's just like what? Like it's like I just sort of start reading these sort of comments, and I'm just like, um, okay, think what you want, but like, it's like I collab with lots of people, and I've collabed with lots of female like sort of streamers or VTubers. Like, it's like, does it matter? Does it?
Yeah.
Like, I'm just like, hey, like I'm immersed in different communities. I meet different people. I, I talk to people.
Yeah.
It's
I
like,
mean, sometimes it can be cute for like some
oh,
people
Bros
who would
wants
be
to
like,
call
"Oh,
me,
I
bro. It's like
yeah."
my bro Bros wants to, like you guys see on the screen. Bros is trying to call me while we're doing the podcast. Bros, get out of here, Bros. Get out of here. Like, hey, bro, you can wait, Bros.
Sorry, bros.
Sorry, Bros, but
Soon, soon.
soon I will call you. Like, that's my best bro for you. Just like barging in, just like, hey guys, I'm.
That's him saying, "Hey man, it's time to go."
maybe that's him saying it's time to go. I don't know, but I don't know. But hey, like that's bros for you. Bro, it's like
Yeah.
darn it, bros, what are you doing?
You'd message and be like, dude, I'm
Like,
still alive.
it's like, dude, I'm still alive. It's like, just be like, is this thing still alive?
We'll find
It's like,
out.
find out next week. Yeah, but yeah, I guess like we've talked about so many different things. I don't know if there's anything else we can wrap the conversation up with, or if chat has any ideas of what we can still need to talk about. Like,
What is your biggest goal for this year?
ooh, I did
I
make
know,
a
big
list.
question.
I did make a list at some point. I'm not going to reference the list because I can't really remember the list now. But it's like, I think for me, it's like I just want to grow as a creator, and I'm not really going to set any follow goals or anything like that. Like the follower goals I set up in stream are just there, like just in case anyone wants to hit it. But like,
Mhm.
but it's like I find I just want to grow, keep collabing with people, just try and stream a variety of different games, and maybe travel if I can. Travel somewhere if I can, because I'm just desperate for travel. Like, I just want to go somewhere, whether it's Japan, whether it's somewhere out of the country. Just just give me somewhere.
I was gonna say, if you want to travel, I mean, you could always just go across town. I mean, that's about as best
Yeah,
it seems like most of us can do these days.
yeah. It's like most of us seem to be only able to just sort of travel like interstate or out of state if you can, but
Yeah.
you can't really travel outside of the country because there's that thing going around.
Yeah.
It's like, come on.
Yeah.
Like,
Let me be.
I would love to go to like some sort of con or convention overseas and meet up with friends. I would love to do that. But that's a goal, but I don't think it will happen, unfortunately.
Yeah. I think for
But
me, goal wise, is just to do better.
yeah,
I say do better because it keeps things vague, because I
yeah,
just want to do better as a content creator, as a person,
hmm,
and just focus on being a better me.
yeah,
But just basically do what I can and build a community and just see where things take me, but just to do the best I can in everything that I'm gonna do.
yeah. It's like, well, there's another. there's another menu option for the maid cafe now.
Yeah, the fairy, the
Get
fairy
the fairy bread.
It's so cute. I'm definitely gonna have to have some probably after this because I want to
Yeah,
try it.
yeah. It's like, or even like add sausage rolls and meat pies to the maid cafe menu.
Yeah,
It's like,
we're having
let's go.
international menu.
International menu.
Heck yeah.
It's like there's so many different things that can be added to the menu.
I will not be adding Vegemite though.
Yeah, that shouldn't be on the menu.
I will
No.
not be. Well, plus I don't even know how I would get one. I don't even think I can buy any
Yeah.
here in the States very well. So
It's
I
like
don't even think
I'll
that's
just
doable.
export it. I'll just export it to you. Just sends like an Aussie sort of snack sort of box or something.
Yes. Hey, you know what? There's so many like snack boxes that people sign up for. I'm like, nah, I want it from like straight from the source. I don't want a
Straight from the
company that
source.
thinks it knows what Australian food is. I want one from a true Australian person who's gonna
Yeah.
send me the good stuff.
It's like I'll just send you the goods.
Nah,
uh,
Amazon has some. I don't care. I don't want Amazon Vegemite. I want the real stuff.
it's like
I want the
it's
true OG stuff.
it's like one that's actually from the country.
It's gonna taste different. It's not, no, not Amazon kind. But
It's
thank
like
you.
it's like there's a certain like there's like a shop that has like a bunch of like international snacks and stuff not too far from me, and we find like sometimes there's quite a lot of American snacks, and like I love Hershey's. I just love the Hershey's chocolate.
Oh, Hershey's is great.
Like
It's good. It's
it's so
classic
much
Hershey's chocolate.
it's so much sweeter than
Mhm.
Cadbury. So much sweeter than Cadbury, and I'm like, man, give me that Hershey's chocolate, but it's so expensive for a block of it. Like, man,
Milk chocolate, man.
milk
Oh, Hershey
chocolate.
chocolate is so
Hershey's milk
good.
chocolate, man. Like, I've had that so
Oh,
many
see?
times.
If you come to the States, then you have to go to the Hershey Museum.
Ooh, all right.
You have to go. There's like I'm pretty if I remember correctly, there is a whole like thing for the Hershey's. It's in
Damn.
Hershey's, Pennsylvania, I think.
Ooh,
Yeah, there's like a whole thing about Hershey's chocolate and whatever. And I think there's like a chocolate lab as well. Like you can have all kinds of
damn.
cool. Yeah, it's really
That's
cool.
like there
I've
was
never
like
been
a
myself, but I've heard.
there was like a Cadbury museum in New Zealand when I went there, and I was like, it was pretty good. But I think Hershey's will definitely top that, though. I think Hershey's
It's
will
like a
top
whole
that.
deal.
Like, I just love like I just love like the sweetness of the Hershey's milk chocolate. It's so much sweeter. Like,
It's
it's like I just sort of like eat it and I get overloaded by sweetness and sugar. Like, it's
yeah.
like I could like I'm the type of guy that will just like eat the whole block in like just in one sitting. I'll eat the whole bloody block.
That's why I
It's
have to keep it away.
it's like keep it away. It's like don't go near me.
Like I can't. It's one of those. It's like I can't have one because it's never just one. Like I'll
Yeah,
have one like a Hershey Kiss or something, and then
yeah.
it'll be like, oh,
Just
one
eats the
more,
whole
and then
bunch.
one more. Yeah,
Yeah,
I can't.
yeah. It's
Just
like
don't even start.
I just find like in the shops here, like when in like the supermarkets here, like sometimes you'll find Hershey's chocolate, but it's always the cookies and cream flavor, and I'm like, hey, that's not bad, but like, give me where's the milk chocolate? Where's the bloody milk chocolate? And there's never any there, and I'm like, man, I just came for Hershey's and I couldn't get it. Just disappoints me.
Well, if I find, it's like we'll do a food exchange. I'll send you
Food
like a
exchange.
butt ton of Hershey's chocolate because it's like so
Yes.
easy to get here. It's like basic chocolate needs
Yeah.
in
How
the
much?
States.
Wait.
It's like, oh, you want Hershey's? Psh, nah.
How much is like a the standard blocks of chocolate over there for Hershey's?
I haven't bought one in a while, but I think they usually run like if you're just getting like a chocolate bar,
Hmm.
I think they should be under like $2, $3, something like that. I don't
Damn.
know. They're
Damn,
not
like
too expensive depending on the size and like the store you're getting it from. But
Yeah.
yeah, they're usually not too expensive depending
Yeah.
on the brand.
Yeah,
But
here it's
Hershey,
like if you want to get like I think it's like one of the big sort of blocks like that. I think they called it like the family size, and I'm like, this is not family size, but I'll take it. But like, it's like I think that was like at least $5 or more, and
oh
and
god,
I'm just like, geez, like, can't I get this cheaper, please?
that's so much.
It's like
Yeah,
someone go to my throne and buy me a bunch of Hershey's.
just we'll get him a bunch of Hershey's chocolate. Every single person. If everyone went and bought one chocolate thing, he'll have plenty to last for a while.
I'll have plenty to last for like forever, and I'll be like, oh god, yep. Yeah, it's like don't actually literally unless you actually really want to. But it's like
Temptation.
otherwise I'll die. I'll die. I'll just be like, what is this?
Mhm.
But yeah. But I think that's probably where we can round it off probably, I guess. Like
Ooh,
we've talked about so much stuff. Like
I know.
it's like it's like we're gonna have to like do like an episode in the future where it's like we just bring you back and just return you again to talk about more stuff.
Road to Electric Boogaloo. I'm back for more.
So yeah, it's like Team Color Podcast 2 Electric Boogaloo.
Yeah.
All right. But yeah, so I think that's where we'll round it off. So thank you guys all for coming in and checking out the podcast. Thank you again, Haruka, for coming on and having a good chat. Like,
Thanks for having me.
yeah, like we'll have to talk again at some point.
Definitely. For sure.
There's like
But
so
thanks
much.
for all of you guys for coming and hanging out with us. I saw a bunch of familiar faces in the
Yeah.
chat. So you guys are awesome for popping in and hanging out with us.
Yeah, I saw a bunch of familiar faces too coming by, so that was awesome. So, and then bros just coming in, just going, "Hey, I want to call," and I'd be like, "No, I'm in the
Who wants
podcast,
to
bro."
talk to his bro?
It's like I know you want to talk to me, bro, but like we're in the middle of a podcast, bro. Like, just hitting with the Discord call. But yeah, decline. It's like I'll save the call for later. But yeah. Either way, so thank you guys for all coming in. I hope you guys have all enjoyed, and we will see you all some other time. Peace, everybody.